that Missy Greer has become quite fond of. She looks to make it 2 wins in a row in today's competitive featured 8th race. Was a wet track last time out. She'll deal with a good main track today. Perhaps standing in her way, though, is Tap the Faith, who has been consistent, hitting the board in 4 out of her 6 career starts. She'll make her 2nd start off the layoff today, but this Saturday, the last grade 1 on the main track here in New York, the Cigar Mile, as Zandon has danced pretty much every dance this year and looks to wrap up his 3-year-old season with a big one. All that and more coming up on America's Day at the Races, brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. It's a little bit cool outside, but the sun is shining, so we will certainly take it as Acacia Clemona and Andy Serling join you. And Andy, we were saying it feels like we have not had the opportunity to share the desk together in quite some time.
I know. I feel like I haven't seen you in weeks. It's nice to see you after the holiday, and this is your last week with us. I mean, you'll be doing some stuff from Florida. You'll be back a little bit, but it's your last full week pretty much until you're back in the spring.
That's right.
So I know we'll miss you here. But
we're doing all the shows from Tampa, so looking forward to that.
Yeah. You'll be down there. They, of course, have some nice steaks there as well. We'll show a little of their action this weekend. Looking forward to the weekend. Happy to be back here at the Big A. Happy to be with you. And I'll be off after this week as well until the end of the year.
Andy's going to be watching the World Cup.
Yeah, I'm really, totally into the World Cup. I really, yeah.
As we get ready to take a look at what's coming up today, race 8 on the main track, a mile today in this nice Tour de Dan allowance for the fillies and mares. And we had a scratch of the number 2, Corey, but you've got some competitive horses in here. We'll take a look at Missy Greer, who did get the win last time out. She has quite a bit of speed. This was on a wet track, Andy, but she's won on the fast track before, and that early foot of hers does make a difference.
So it's not Missy Grieg. It's also good to know. Yeah, she's the speed. The problem with her is, first of all, this is a very evenly matched field. I think you can make cases for most of these. You missed the boat at 14-1 last time, and she's the controlling speed again. That was a wet track, but she's run well on the dirt on dry tracks down at Gulfstream, in fact, just earlier in the year. So I don't really have an issue. I'm not strongly against her. I just feel like as the favorite, you kind of missed the boat at 14-1, so go in a slightly different direction. And I really thought that Tap the Faith ran, I thought, the best race I've ever seen her run last time out.
She will also make her 2nd start off of a bit of a layoff. That was from July to October. Tap the Faith, as that's Missy Greer's win last time out. You know that she'll be in front. Let's see if a horse like Tap the Faith, who Joelle Rosario will climb aboard for the first time actually since her debut. And it's interesting, Andy, I was in the paddock for her last start, and she was one that never really carried a lot of condition. And it seemed like she'd actually done well with having the summer off. She came back looking a bit stronger, and that was shown in also the Best Buyer speed figure that she ran last time.
And I think she ran against the flow of the race, because this race was dominating the front end at a very moderate pace and a track that was kind of speed. You know, down in the rail, Far Away Love. Now, I didn't think the rail had proven to be bad that day. If you feel you were better off a little bit off the rail, and she was really kind of in the 2 path. I don't know if she was right down the rail, but she spent enough time there that if you think the rail was the wrong place to be, maybe you want to take her. But I thought Tap the Faith ran the better race. And Tap the Faith is one of those horses that, because she carries that huge price tag, the $1.25 million, you always sort of, it's hard to look at her and not sort of underrate her.
Sure.
Because it's hard to look away from that price tag. And for those that don't understand it, she's a Tapit. Her dam won the Alabama for Tony Dutrow, so she has enormous value. And if she ever could get some black type, she might become close to worth it. It's not going to be easy for her, and she's going to have to improve to get black type. But I thought her last race was a real step in the right direction for her. And if she could run back to it and the race was run more fairly today, I thought she could win.
We'll see how that 8th race shapes up a little bit later on. Here's what else is coming up on today's program. Today's races, as always, presented by Claiborne Farm. Again, throughout this weekend, this is the last weekend of turf racing in New York, but it will only be the scheduled stakes on the turf. So we're dealing with just a good main track on the program today with races 1 through 9 from the Big A. The late pick 5 kicks off in the 5th race today. And you can join Naira Bets and play all of the action on our program, including that late pick 5. And you could earn up to a $200 deposit match bonus. Sign up using promo code MATCH200 and you could earn up to a $200 deposit match right after your first deposit. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Don't forget to join now at NairaBets.com for your $200 deposit match. We kick things off with the 2-year-old maidens going a mile on the main track. It's a $75,000 maiden claiming race. You have a few dropping in class for the first time. One that's taking a little bit of a step up, though, is the number 4 Winning Connection, who I thought he ran a tremendous race last time out being part of that pace duel.
Yeah, well, I don't like this horse. I think this horse is a horrendous favorite in here, but we can discuss it more after the break. Is this Joel Rosario not riding this horse? Or was I looking at the wrong screen?
That I'm not sure. If
I
that's
thought
the
I saw
case,
Javier was
we'll
riding.
double check on that. 8-5 right now on Winning Connection. Ran for 40,000 last time. We'll navigate the 75 today for Pat Reynolds. We'll talk a little bit more about his chances in the opener from the Big A after this.
Grade 1 winner and track record setter Lee. Like their sire, his runners have excelled on both dirt and turf, including these standout performers.
Poppy Flower is kicking in. Poppy Flower with the momentum. Nagarok, they come on for the finish, and it is going to be Nagarok.
Out of a Galileo mare, this dual surface star has sired juvenile stakes winners on both dirt and turf. Lee, standing at Claiborne Farm.
The industry has a few things that we have to take care of better, and one was the aftercare of the horses.
If we did nothing, these horses would end up in very bad places.
Go back to where we were years and years and decades ago when it was just considered de rigueur that you could just send these horses to slaughter.
It's different than any other program that was put into place.
I remember that meeting at Belmont Park. It was a dream.
It is a first line of defense for those who are concerned about what happens to the equine athlete after he's done racing.
Without the TAA to provide that oversight, there would be a big void in terms of making sure that we have this ongoing safe environment for our off-the-track racehorses.
We started with some 21 organizations across the country, and now we're up to over 82 facilities throughout the country and giving away almost just under $25 million.
It's the one shining accomplishment that we have that we can point to say we really do love our horses.
Just the word aftercare has become part of the discussion, has been part of the vernacular in a way that it was not when I started this position around the start of 2013.
It's a daunting task that the TAA and its accredited organizations have taken on. And that's why the industry itself has got to fund it.
Every time I turn around across the country, the TAA staff is there, and they're shaking hands and they're kissing babies, and they're doing the blocking and tackling right that needs to be done.
We have a social responsibility to make sure that thoroughbred aftercare is also #1 on the list.
A American Revolution and Plainsman appeared to bump there as they passed the 8th pole. It is Following Sea who has come back again down at the rail. Here's American Revolution charging up on the outside. Fireworks in the stretch here in the Cigar Mile. American Revolution and Following Sea. And American Revolution, the New York bred, has won the Grade 1 Cigar Mile.
New York bred American Revolution winning last year's Cigar Mile. He was always easy to spot with that big white face, Andy, and he went on to have a strong campaign this year as well.
Yeah, but it's funny. I was thinking about it, watching it. I mean, he ran second in the Jockey Club Gold Cup. He was second in the Stephen Foster. But obviously an abbreviated campaign. He only had the 3 starts, and a little disappointing. Following Sea, we never saw again. You know, the horse out of this race had a huge year in 2022 was.
Who's that?
Olympiad.
That's true.
Olympiad finished 4th.
Very
Did
true.
not get the bet. Probably,
Yep.
probably if Irad Ortiz was able to candidly say, what's the worst ride I gave a graded stake in 2021? It might have been Olympiad.
Might have been.
And I think in retrospect, it really mattered. I mean, just was never in really good position there. And I think really tipped his hand in here. I remember my friend Nick Tamaro saying to me after the race, you know, Olympiad could have won this race if things had gone differently. And I kind of thought he was crazy and then watched it again. And as it turned out, he was the star out of that race.
He was the one. He came back and went on that tear at the start of 2022, winning the Jockey Club Gold Cup and then second in the Breeders' Cup Classic. Of course, the Cigar Mile, the highlight on Saturday, 4 graded stakes and 4 important graded stakes as well to look forward to.
No, I agree. You know, we obviously are sensitive working at NYRA, and I having been, you know, a New Yorker and a NYRA fan for many years, that our races, when they criticize them, and first of all, Go for Wand, I mean, I look forward to talking about her, and she's one of my all-time favorite racehorses. But the Remsen, nobody's knocking the Remsen after last year. Zandon, who's the heavy favorite for the Cigar and won the Bluegrass and was a major player in the 3-year-old division, losing by Mo Donegal, and also the Wood. The Wood Memorial, which produced 2 Triple Crown winners in the first 2 winners of Triple Crown races. So the key races last year for the 3-year-olds, maybe they were the Wood and the Remsen.
Some big ones to follow. We'll see how it shakes out this year. Horses in the paddock. Meanwhile, for the opener, there is Zandon's trainer, Chad Brown, represented by Keon in the opener. For more on these 2-year-olds, so let's welcome in the 3rd member of our team, Maggie Wolfendale, here with us. Maggie, you have a short price favorite on One Horse with Experience. What are you seeing from these young horses?
Well, Acacia, your winning connection, he can win, but there are several interesting drop-down horses in here that we need to discuss, and one of them, as you mentioned, goes out for Chad Brown in number 6, Keon. Now, I did think in first impressions when I saw him in his debut back at Saratoga that he just looked like an out-and-out sprinter, as he'll try this mile yet again, but this time over a fast main track as opposed to the sloppy one that he ran on in the off-the-turf event. He was very one-paced that last time, but he did take a whole bunch of kickback, and you know, for a younger, inexperienced horse, sometimes that can maybe lead to a less than stellar or slightly subpar performance. Now, he is a heck of a lot stronger than what he was for that debut. I mean, he was just kind of a leaner type where he looked very fit, but he has developed tenfold, especially behind the saddle, and now it's a second start with the blinkers on, and I think he is a very viable alternative to your heavy favorite, as he's the one that's dropping down in class. As we'll take a look at 2 horses that are trying the main track for the first time, including number 5, Wisecrackin', who I'm actually very intrigued by in his 2 turf races, which were very good and won by subsequent stakes winners in Batflip and Freedom Trail. There is actually some dirt pedigree. The Dam, while she was better on the turf, one of the half siblings, Nighttime, was a very good dirt sprinter, and this is that kind of typical Michelle Nevin horse where he also looks as though he's taking a little bit longer to possibly get more fit. He is the best looking horse in this field, just from the overall perspective of things. He does have maybe a little bit more of a turf hoof, but he's actually fairly upright in his pastern. So he's leading me to believe that he could be okay on this surface. I think he's a very intriguing prospect here. Another one taking a bit of a drop in class is, I totally skipped over the one guy. Sorry, I went out of order, but number 1, Moonflyer. He is one of two for Rudy Rodriguez. I definitely prefer Please Baby in here. Obviously, he has had more chances, but Moonflyer definitely looks a bit more turf met, despite being by a good Magic. He is incredibly fit in here, but and he's a lot more professional, Acacia, than what he was in that debut, which was the last time I saw him. But still, for me, I'm not totally sold on this surface change for him. I want to watch him warm up.
Thanks, Maggie. We'll get a chance to see how Moonflyer does handle the main track, get a little bit of a glimpse of that in the warm-up, and we will see that quite a bit, as we've discussed, Andy, with horses trying the main track for the first time this time of year and seeing if they can handle it, as Moonflyer going turf to dirt will kick off the post parade.
Yeah, I like Maggie. I prefer the other half of the entry. Moonflyer really seems to be more of a turf-met horse in here.
Jose Gomez will be in the saddle. Here is Please Baby, the other part of the entry, as mentioned, has had a couple starts on the dirt.
Yeah, and I thought the 1-2 back was good enough to think this horse could be a contender in here.
Here's the number 2, Disturbed, will go from the rail.
Just hasn't done any running throughout, in one race in the dirt and one on the turf stretching out.
A little bit of a turn back in distance for Narciso Dali.
I mean, the truth is the horse ran well enough from a speed figure standpoint to be a major player here, and the connections are keeping the price higher than maybe it should be.
And Javier Castellano will be aboard the number 4, your favorite, Winning Connection.
I think this is a horrifically bad favorite in here. I don't like this horse at all. I don't like the field that he's coming out of, and I'll be surprised if there isn't a better horse or horses in this race.
Wisecracking went by. Here's the number 6, Kaon.
We'll talk about Wisecracking because I like Wisecracking in this race. Kaon seems to be a player, just a logical type horse. I don't see why this horse is less likely to win this race than the 4, and I actually think is more likely.
That's the field for the opener. There's a look at your favorite, 3-2 now on the number 4, Winning Connection.
Yeah, let's show Wisecracking after that so we can talk about him. As far as Winning Connection, I get it. But, I mean, what is so special about that 57 buyer? Narciso Dali ran a faster fig on the dirt last time. And there were some okay horses that won that race, going 1 1/8 miles. I know they beat the rest of the field by 11. It's because it was a terrible field. And Going in Style was the favorite who won that race. Had run a 38 buyer, a 49 buyer, and got a 58 buyer here. I think this is a race that I would not want to rely on this horse to run back to that 57 buyer, and I'm not even convinced that that 57 buyer is even good enough to win this race. I really am perplexed as to why this horse is an overwhelming favorite. As far as Wisecracking, I understand. It's a turf dam. It's a turf second family. This horse is a half to that something time.
Nighttime.
The Dale Romans horse, the Blue Devil Racing
very
horse.
precocious. He started out pretty well. He finished 3rd, I believe, in the Ellis Park Juvenile. Stakes place on the dirt.
Yeah, he won at Saratoga. He was actually, I think he got beaten in a photo by Aloha West.
Yeah, you're absolutely
last year
right.
He got beat terrible zop at Saratoga in 2021. And he won the return race this year. But so there's enough dirt in there. McCracken strikes me as a more likely dirt sire. And for what it's worth, and I don't know how relevant it is, this horse was way against the track last time with a wide trip on a gold rail, and Batflick came back to win a stake. So I think Wisecracking is very, very interesting, dropping a bit and getting to the dirt here, and is an awfully inviting price. I personally think this race is being completely and totally misbet. I have no idea why the 4 is an overwhelming favorite. Maybe after the race I'll be saying, now I know why he's favored. But for my money, I'm using 5 and 6 to start to pick 5 out, and I bet the 5 Wisecracking to win.
Wisecracking by McCracken is 7-1. He is a big price on the board right now. As we go back to Maggie trackside, what are you seeing after these warm-ups, Maggie?
Wisecracken's doomed because both Andy and I picked him. But really, he was the horse who I walked in the paddock and said, that's who I like. But I do think Kaon is the horse who should be favored in here, because as we take a look at the favorite, and wow, he moves a lot better than his conformation would suggest. Number 4, Winning Connection. My man is pretty crooked. That's probably why he didn't go for too much money, but is warming up very nicely, and I can't fault him in that respect. There's not much I can fault him on other than what Andy said, is that I just don't think he comes out of a very strong race, and that does not warrant 3-2 on him. As we take a look to the horse to his inside, number 3, Narciso Dali. I'm still not sure, but definitely gets the class relief, and a horse that I think, cutting back a bit from the 9 furlongs, it should aid him, as he's pretty small. He's a lot more compact. Now, once again, he was very bad with the pony. This is his 6th time running, he should behave himself a bit better than what he does. But I still think he kind of makes a bit of sense, Acacia, in this spot here, and just one that I feel like he's going to appreciate not having to go around the 2 turns.
That should certainly help. Maggie, thank you. Gelding by Temar Cruz, as we do see Narciso Dali, who's had 5 starts already, the mile in an 8th try last time, and he's a little bit of a quirky type and gets a drop in class, plus some less distance, as Maggie had touched upon.
I mean, the reality is, if he was a Todd Pletcher horse and was ridden by Javier Castellano, where I read, I'm not sure he wouldn't be favored off his last race. And because you've got Katie Davis riding and Amira Shishakli, I just think nobody's buying that last fig. Now, I have to admit, I have trouble buying it as well. But you think this horse is really supposed to be 7-1 here? And the 4 is supposed to be 3-2? I'm probably completely wrong, but I think this race is being completely and totally misbet.
When you see a race that's being bet like this from a standpoint, even if, let's say, you thought, okay, Winning Connection could potentially win in here, but I don't like the price, and I think that the board is wrong. How do you then attack it? Are you going to give a little bit of a look like to somebody like the number 3 Narciso Dali and saying, oh, he's just too big a price? Maybe that's somebody I'd take a second look at?
Well, I think you always have to be ready to adapt and be willing to bet a horse that might have been your 3rd choice. If you don't like a horse just because you think the horse is an overlay doesn't mean you're necessarily supposed to bet on it.
Yeah.
But I think you have to be willing to adapt. You know, sometimes you look and you think, geez, I kind of like the 6. I thought, I don't know. You pick a number and the horse is 2-1 or second 5-2. I thought I was going to get 5-1. So you go to your 2nd or 3rd choice. You look for overlays, and I think you have to be willing to adapt. In this race, I just bet the 5 to win. I used an exact as the 6, and I threw the 3 in because of the betting in here. But I want to bet against the 4. I just think this horse. I'm not shocked by any result. But I'll be surprised if I may be wrong in here, but I'll be surprised if I'm wrong with the 4 winning. I don't like this horse.
Some good opportunities to find some value potentially in the opener. Narciso Dali is a little bit tough to get into the gate in his last couple starts as well. Starting gate crew knows what to do with him. We'll get him loaded in. Katie Davis started back riding this summer after becoming a mom. Always great to see her back in the saddle, as we wish her the best of luck. Wish you the best of luck, especially if you're playing the early pick 5, which kicks off here. Race 1 from the Big A. John and Brielle standing by with the call.
Moonflyer stepping up to the gate. We are waiting on Moonflyer, K-On, and Please Baby to complete the field. Moonflyer has moved in. K-On is next. And the other part of the entry, Please Baby, going in on the far outside. And we are set for the Thursday opener. And they're off, and it was a hesitant beginning for number 2, Disturbed. Up front, it is K-On, joined there by Winning Connection. Down towards the rail is Narciso Dali. Up the chute, Winning Connection, Narciso Dali. Their heads apart, with K-On sitting just off of them in 3rd, and Please Baby the Gray next in 4th. Then comes Wisecrackin' in 5th by a head. Moonflyer is alongside. Farther back is Disturbed, who trails the field in 7th. The opening quarter mile over the good going, 23 and 4/5 seconds. Narciso Dali leads here by a head. Winning Connection, the favorite, is in between horses with K-On to his outside, racing in 3rd. Then comes Wisecrackin' down towards the rail in 4th, followed by Please Baby and Moonflyer, and still that big break back to Disturbed. Opening half, 1 in 47 and 4. Narciso Dali leads by a half length. Winning Connection is second by a half length. K-On now being asked for more on the outside. Please Baby has moved into 4th. And then it is Moonflyer as the field comes for the top of the stretch with Narciso Dali holding on to the lead. Narciso Dali now in front by 2 lengths. Winning Connection is all out along with Kaon, and they seem to bump there as they come down for the 8th pole. But Narciso Dali is clear and opening up on the field here. Narciso Dali by 5, and it is graduation day. Narciso Dali, much the best here in the opener. Kaon, a clear-cut second, and a photo for third between the closing Please Baby and the favorite Winning Connection.
Narciso Dali with the win. There's trainer Amira Shishakli, but a very special moment, too, for jockey Katie Davis. Her first win back after becoming a mom, of course, married to jockey Trevor McCarthy. They welcomed their daughter, Riley. Katie started back galloping horses in the morning for Ray Handel and got back on her first mount this summer at Saratoga.
Girl power.
Absolutely.
Like the girl power to start the day out today with Amira Shishakli getting the win and Katie Davis. Listen, I'm going to have to text Trevor. Someone's got to be the breadwinner in that family now that Trevor's laid up for a couple months.
She's a tough cookie.
She is. And I'll tell you something. She did absolutely everything right in this horse. She went to the front. I mean, frankly, you didn't think this horse would necessarily be in front. You would have thought that the 4 Winning Connection would be in front, but Katie said, no, I'm going to go here. I mean, she rode this horse. It could have been any rider here, and you would have said this horse got a very good ride. I feel like a moron because I bet the 5, and as I said beforehand, used the 3 and 6 in the exact as a source an overlay. I wish I had a little 3, 5, 6 box, but not really the way I play that often unless they're all big prices. But Narciso Dali, as we said before the race, based solely on the last race, there's an argument this horse should have been favored in here and ended up being 7-1, and it's because of the connections. And you know what? Katie rode this horse as well as anybody could have ridden him.
So great to see Katie back to the winner's circle, too. As Andy mentioned, some girl power. Amira, the owner of this horse as well. So she gets to keep it all in the family today. Narciso Dali with the win. I remember I had the privilege of interviewing Katie with her first ride back, which was for Ray Handel back this summer in Saratoga. And she was explaining how it's just such a different type of feeling when you're coming back off that kind of a layoff. She stepped aside from riding for a while, becoming a mom to her daughter, Riley. And just really the whole Davis family. So much love for the game, so much enthusiasm, and it's so great to see Katie back to the winner's circle.
It is. I mean, they're you know, being around the track and getting to know people, it's hard not to root for really a lot of the people here, but
100%.
Katie as well. And Katie can ride. I think you just don't see her that much. We've never seen her that much in New York. But Katie's had a lot of success as a rider, and you saw here, she rode this horse flawlessly. I don't think anybody's saying she's going to be a leading rider here, but she rode this horse flawlessly, and you put her in a horse that can win, and Katie can get the job done.
Big smiles from Katie and from Amira as Narciso Dali wires at the field to get a very special and emotional win in the opener at the Big A. Some girl power indeed. It'll bring you prices and some special reactions after this.
Who are you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions and offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets. Giddy up. Game of Silks is coming this December.
War Dancer. The momentum continues with recent stakes winners on turf and dirt. Dancing Buck going wire to wire in the Grade 3 Belmont Turf.
Dancing Buck has opened up on the field. It is Dancing Buck by a half dozen lengths.
And 2-year-old filly War Saichi with a wire-to-wire win in the Ladyfinger Stakes.
War Saichi asserted her authority immediately out of the starting gate, and she has not relinquished the lead.
War Dancer, the #1 third crop turf sire in North America. Proud to stand in New York.
You don't have to be a multi-millionaire to get into this game. You can have a few $1,000s and have fun with it. But with the bonds, you're actually going to win. I've had the opportunity to win multiple races. In fact, this year I won 2 times in one day, which is almost unheard of to be able to do. This is going to happen with them. You will get into the winner's circle in Saratoga. You will walk that horse in, and you will stand there, look at the crowd, and the bonds will take you there and get you into that winner's circle. And it won't cost you a lot of money.
You're watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. Such a special moment in the opener at the Big A. A lot of smiles, a lot of enthusiasm, a lot of excitement for owner-trainer Amira Shishakli and winning jockey Katie Davis, who's standing by with Maggie.
No offense to Dylan Davis, but when you're next to either Katie or Jackie Davis, the laughs just keep coming. But Katie, a real heartfelt congratulations. Your first win back since becoming a mom. You looked sensational on Narciso Dali today.
Thank you so much. Yeah, you know, from the support of Mira and my husband and my parents with Riley as I'm riding, and you know, it's nice to have so many people behind me and kicking me in the butt saying, come on, Katie, let's go, we got this. So, you know, it is what I want, but support is always good.
And what's it like? I mean, obviously you and Trevor fought hard for, you know, breaking that antiquated rule of that you had to be a coupled entry when riding against each other. You don't have that to worry about in an unfortunate sense since Trevor's laid up right now. But to ride, you know, have a jockey family as you do through and through, what's it like kind of in that environment?
You know, it's very competitive. You know, bragging rights are huge in our family, and you know, it's nice that we can all bond together and help each other as well. You know, kind of like, what were you doing out there? You look terrible, or, you know, so we always try to improve our skills and take from each another.
How's Trevor doing? I have to ask, I know you said that he drove himself to PT today.
Yes, he's doing awesome. Hi, Chev. Hi, Riley. Hi, Mom, Dad, and everyone. And he's doing awesome. Good spirits. You know, he's moving around, and, you know, I know he's watching and the family, so he's just ready to get back and enjoy it just as much as I do.
Being a mom, I know it's tough. I mean, I gave up breezing horses when I became one. You're riding races. What's the kind of mindset you have to put yourself in?
You know, you need to learn how to turn it off and turn it on. So, you know, your personal life is outside the racetrack. And when you come in the track, you don't talk about your personal life, and you keep your game face on, you just keep going. You know?
Unless I make you talk about it.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Which is true, but it's okay. I love it. You know, my family's great, and I wouldn't change it for anything.
Excellent rider, excellent mom. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Katie Davis, so nice to catch up with her, Acacia, and experience this win trackside for her and Amira.
Such a special victory, Maggie. Thank you. That was such a cool moment. You can see the love and the excitement for Amira, who also owns this horse. And another cool layer to it, this horse, Narciso Dali, bred by the University of Kentucky.
Yeah, just a nice story all around. And frankly, if you were smart enough to just bet horses and not get overly caught up in connections, and not that, you know, Amira can't have a winner or and then Katie can't ride a winner, you realize this horse was a ridiculous overlay at 7-1 as well, and had run a race last time out. As we said before, if it was Todd Pletcher and Irad, I have almost no doubt this horse would have been favored off the last race.
You love to see that enthusiasm. A huge congratulations to both Katie and Amira and all the people behind the scenes with the win for Narciso Dali. Really, really special moment, and I'm sure many wins to come for Katie back in the saddle. We turn our attention to race number 2. It's a maiden claiming sprinting on the main track, going 7 furlongs for the 2-year-olds. The one practically mine, the part of the entry that does stay in, goes out for Matkin Cantramasi. As we've come to learn here in New York, whether it's on the toughest racing circuit in the country here at NYRA or in their native Turkey, brothers Matkin and İlkay Cantramasi let their horsemanship do the talking.
Matkin and İlkay Cantramasi grew up in Istanbul, Turkey, watching their father, Tuncay, one of the country's top trainers, win big race after big race.
He was always telling us, I want you guys in the better spot. So he made United States his goal for our future. Oh, you know what? Gallop. Same, back up to wire, same. It worked out pretty good, and then we start with one horse,
This Bird Can Sing. Length and a half at the end. This Bird Can Sing, owned by Cantor Macy Racing.
5 horse, 10, 15. Now we have 23 horses. More than financial, we are doing this with our heart.
I think this is what makes us different than the others. One hand means anything, but two hands make the world, so this is what we're trying to do.
2022 marks the 5th summer the Cantamasi brothers have had a stable at Saratoga.
Hey, good morning. Good morning, good morning, good morning, Raj.
Their good fortunes and long journey is not forgotten.
Beautiful morning in Saratoga. But we worked really hard for these days, you know. This one, she's more calm and going nicer for the rider in the mornings. But whatever happens, teaches you something, so you find your way. I believe we are improving every year better and better. So we see from our mistakes and from the faults to do the better things. Good, Tyson?
Very good.
Okay. Be careful.
It's happy.
Yeah.
Very happy.
Every horse different and they all want different things. And you have to do what they gonna be good with. Only him and Sierra? Not yet. Most fun part is the afternoons, of course. When you see the horse you are with every day, you feed them, you train them.
Waiting now for Evie Jets. And they're off. The duo of High Opinion and Evie Jets on the outside. Evie Jets is now coming on quickly. And Messidor to take over in deep stretch and win it.
She ran great. I think she just caught at the end. And this is 17 days between her last race. In the future, I'm expecting to, of course, win the stakes races, and which I think it's very soon about to come.
The Cantamasi brothers, eager and very easy to root for as they just have that enthusiasm, that drive. And listen, Andy, they have been competitive on the toughest circuit, coming in here, claiming horses, including a horse like Evie Jets, who gave them their first graded stakes win in the Noble Damsel.
Yeah, and she ran a good second in her last race in 2022, last time out. It's just nice to see them doing so well, just in general. I mean, they're very easy guys to root for, and extremely popular around the racetrack, and they're also very good at what they do. So look, there's a lot of times, you know, we like people, but they might not be as good as other things. These guys can train. They know what they're doing. And as you say, coming in, making a name for themselves pretty quickly.
Absolutely. Matkin and Ilkay there with Evie Jets in that big victory. It's been fun to follow. And they have a chance with a 2-year-old that started out on the turf practically. Mine will switch to the main track in just his second start. Son of Practical Joke. We'll talk a little bit more about his chances. There's Matt saddling. More after this on America's Day at the Races.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, the #1 second crop dirt sire of last year, is back and showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, and all weather. A record-breaking sprint champion, Run Happy is also siring winners at all distances, from 7 furlongs to 1.25 miles. A sire whose runners can carry his speed over all distances and all surfaces. Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
here comes the formidable Flat Out on the far outside. Groupie Dow crying out for running room as the field turns for home. And it is Private Zone trying to gut it out for another eighth of a mile as Flat Out continues to bear down on the outside. Clearly now third toward the rail. They're coming to the finish. And here comes Flat Out, hose full out and on by to take the lead as they come to the wire. It's Flat Out to win the Cigar Mile.
Flat Out in the 2013 Cigar Mile. Such a cool horse. He's a sire now. There's a few runners out on the ground, but at that time, Andy, he was really doing his best running coming into the Cigar Mile.
One of the coolest horses in racing.
Really
I mean,
cool.
He really was such a terrific performer, and that's one of the reasons we love the Cigar Mile.
Mm-hmm.
It's a race around one turn the miles, much more than the two-turn race, and I think one of the reasons that the Cigar Mile and the Met Mile are so much more important from a breeding perspective than the Breeders' Cup Mile is it's a one-turn race,
Mm-hmm.
and it brings the sprinters can stretch out a bit. A horse like Mitole,
Yep.
who might not have been as effective around two turns, but he might have been. But a horse like this, Flat Out, I think of Tonalist winning this race. And Tonalist, who won the Belmont Stakes a mile and a half, the Jockey Club Gold Cup twice, a mile and a quarter, and a mile. You know, this is a race that really gives a chance for those routers to shine. And Flat Out, just a terrific racehorse. Bill's only won it 3 times.
Yeah. But of course,
Only.
with right, of course, with the Mighty Cigar, the race is now named for Flat Out, his most recent winner in 2013. Started his career with Scooter Dickey, and went on to be just such a cool and consistent, talented racehorse.
And we felt so fortunate to have him around here because he
Yeah.
just ran like at all of our big races, and he might not have won them, but he ran second and gave good accounts of himself.
He always showed up.
He really was a terrific racehorse. He won the Jockey Club Gold Cup once, or
I
did he win it
believe
twice?
once.
Okay, I know he was second to Havergras in the Woodward up in Saratoga. He was a really super horse.
Horses are in the paddock for race 2 here at the Big A. There's Mullingar. Speaking of Belmont, he sends out this one, dropping in class. For more on his chances, let's get a paddock report from Maggie.
Yeah, let's take a look back at Mullingar here, Acacia, as this is his return to the main track. He tried it in his debut to not much success, but that was the debut. He was not that fit looking at all, especially relative to this start here. Excuse me, with 3 subsequent starts after that. So, and 2, he gets the jock in class. So it makes sense, but there's also plenty of pedigree for this guy to be competitive with the surface change. Obviously, More Than Ready's can go either way with some admitted more success on the turf, but this one's half to Juanita, who is a multiple graded stakes winner going long on the dirt, as well as Nova Rags, who's a stakes winner, and we still see running around here. And the dam herself was a graded stakes place on the dirt, too. I must admit, though, when you look at him, he does have a turf hoof, and that's exactly what I wrote in his first try on the turf. So it's a little bit of a taking him on the drop and pedigree play, and 2, for the fact that he's just more fit. But he still might be able to win this race just because there isn't that much competition in here. But I do ultimately feel as though the turf is going to be his better surface. As number 5, Outlaw Country, first off the claim here for Charlie Baker. He does add the blinkers. He's a horse that kind of, he runs and then he just idles. He doesn't really finish the job, so to speak. So we're putting a shortcut cheater blinker on with holes. And he's a horse that looks as though there should be a bit of ability because he's a good-looking, bigger type for a 2-year-old. They did geld him. He obviously was a little bit maybe too big for his size. Or I should say for his age. But I think he's worth a little bit of a look based upon that trainer change, or I should say claim, not that he didn't do any George Weaver kind of lateral change, but sometimes a new face will, or a new barn, I should say, will wake a horse up a bit. And I feel as though that could be happening here with Outlaw Country. Acacia?
And Dylan Davis going to be aboard as the Davis family will look to sweep the early double. And Dylan's had a terrific year.
Yeah, I mean, it's obviously the second best Davis riding today.
Right.
I think based on the first results.
Wait, is Jackie riding today?
Yeah, he could be
He'd
third.
be the third, yeah.
I actually think Dillis is well in front to be the leading rider at NYRA this year. I believe I was looking at some of those stats, and I feel like he's maybe has high 150s, and Manny's in the low 140s. So Dylan's had a tremendous year. I think his horse is way overbet here. I have no idea. I mean, I always respect Charlie Baker off the claim, but he's 1 for 8 with maidens off the claim on the dirt. So it's not like he's done any damage there. And claim from a very good barn in George Weaver. This horse, by the way, got beaten 11 lengths by the horse who was heavily favored in the last race. He ran about fourth. Now, I know this is an easier field, but I think that's an important thing to point out.
And the top two were much the best last time out. This one was a distant third. Adding those blinkers on, let's see if that'll help him be a little bit more forward. We'll start things off with the Cantor Mossie's Charge, Practically Mine.
I liked both halves of the entry, and I'm glad they scratched the 1A. I'll take the one. This horse, a practical joke. I know there's some turf there, but there's some turf pedigree as well, and I think this horse may be better suited by the surface today.
Well, actually break to the outside because he was part of that entry. Here's the one to the rail, Mullingar.
I think this horse is the one to beat. I know he didn't run a big figure first time, but he ran against much better horses on the dirt that day and didn't have much speed, drop back. I think that Mullingar's way the one to beat.
Here's the 4, Don't Let Me Down.
Yeah, is going to have to improve going to the dirt, and I just don't see any pedigree to say he's supposed to.
Dylan Davis, Outlaw Country.
I don't understand the money this horse is taking. I think he's coming out of slow races.
Well, beaten third last time out. Here is New Wendy K.
Actually, Nieuwendyk.
Nieuwendyk.
I was going to say the slow horse that was a distant third in a 3-horse field last time out. He drops, but he should have run better last time, though. I guess he can win.
Let's see, as he is taking that drop in class 4, Jamie Begg, son of Nyquist, 2-1. I knew I was going to get that name wrong. Mullingar, 6-5 right now on the board. And as you mentioned and Maggie touched on, this one did actually debut on the dirt, which I think is a good kind of vote of confidence, too, especially given the pedigree, including Juanita Nova Rags, who Bill Mott trained as well in the family.
Yeah, and I understand, right, why Bill would go to the turf, because he's more than ready.
Right.
And it's not like he ran so well first time out. He's supposed to get excited about him as a maiden breaker on the maiden specials up in Saratoga. And he ran well enough in his races to suggest he could do better. He's just who he is. But as you say, he's a half to Nova Rags. There's turf and dirt in the pedigree. And it's not like More Than Ready can't sire a dirt horse. I mean, he was a tremendous dirt horse. You look back on More Than Ready, he's a funny horse because I even remember talking to Todd Pletcher, who trained him at the time. He kind of ran in the wrong races all the time because you had to. You know, Richie rode him, and he had the lead at the 8th pole in the Mahaskell. I think he ran 4th in the Derby. Yeah. I think he was 2nd in the Bluegrass. He just really was a miler.
Right.
And he finally ran in the, I want to say was Cigar? Or actually, I think he ran in the Alan Jerkins, was the King's Bishop, and he won that. And he might have run the Breeders' Cup and never run again after that. I think that's the case. I think he was favored in the sprint. He didn't win it. There was no Breeders' Cup mile in the dirt at that time. He was a very, very good horse. But you think the way he's been as a sire, what a turf horse he could have been.
Incredible. Incredible sire. And his horses are always beautifully put together, too. There is Manny Franco off Don't Let Me Down. Looks like he's getting a leg back up from the outrider. All good there. He did a good job holding on to his charge. He let him down today.
I was going to say, he's already let poor Manny down.
I know.
And I noticed that his sire, Tourist, has moved to New York, and he's going to be standing in New York.
Oh, that's exciting.
Starting in 2023. So a Breeders' Cup mile winner.
Yeah, Breeders' Cup mile winner. Tourist. That one 9-1 as Manny Franco is back aboard. Let's go back to Maggie.
Also heard that Mind Control after Saturday's Cigar Mile will be standing in New York as well. So looking forward to that. But he didn't go far, Don't Let Me Down. So let's take a look at number 1, Practically Mine. Yes, the surface switch makes sense. And this guy's being so much more professional in his second start. He was very green. He was screaming. He wore blinkers in that debut, but also wore a hood too. And it's just kind of a stark contrast to how he was behaving in his debut. So that's always a good sign. My slight problem is that I just wish he got a little bit more fitness out of that first race, where I think, there's still some room for improvement here, but does fit nicely, especially going the 7 furlongs. I think, he was a little bit run off his feet, obviously, in the running line, but he gave that impression in the paddock, too, because he's just a little bit of a bigger, lumbering type of animal. Number 6, Nieuwendyk, named for a hockey player, is Jamie Begg, Canadian himself, obviously being a son of Nyquist, and he said that this one owned by several guys who went to Cornell, and Nieuwendyk was a player at Cornell before launching a professional career. But last time out over the good sealed surface, it kind of just looked as though he was laboring a bit. It wasn't a great performance for the fact it was only a 3-horse field, and he finished 3rd that day. He just looked like a horse that in that debut race, in that restricted race, that looked as though where he was going to do his best running because he was fit, he looked like a precocious type, and now it just feels like everybody else is kind of caught up with him a bit. So he could be effective with the drop in class, but and two, getting a fast track here, just not sure how well he stacks up as far as competition. Acacia.
2-1 right now on the board. Good thing Maggie did her homework as far as the name is concerned. Gelding by Nyquist.
Unlike you, Maggie's prepared today, Acacia.
Clearly.
I just stumped Acacia up here. I don't think I've ever stumped Acacia, and I just stumped her.
Well, you were asking me, as Maggie mentioned,
question.
mind control, when he won the Allen Jerkins, who the favorite was. And I was trying to think because, like, I remember watching that race where I was standing at Saratoga and watching him win. And I remember that there had been a horse hyped going into it, and I couldn't remember who the horse was.
It's actually a horse that ran probably, here's one for you.
Chancelot was the favorite, by the way.
Chancelot was the favorite. Here's one. Is it possible that his buyer figure, when he won by about 20 lengths, 18 lengths in the Amsterdam, is the highest buyer figure until Flightline came along?
Might have been.
Has a horse run a bigger figure than that Amsterdam win between him and Flightline?
I can't think
and that
of
was 3 years
anything
ago.
off the top of my head. Yeah.
Might have been the last one.
Might have been. That's an interesting conversation.
Buyer. Is that possible?
That's an interesting conversation. We'll have to look that up. Well, exciting news as far as mind control standing in New York. But we do have the 2-year-olds open company here, and this maiden claiming going 7 furlongs in race 2 as they start to load in. There is the Cantor Massey's Practically Mine. Johnny I standing by with the call.
And they're off. It is Newendike who is out for the early lead. Mullingar is down at the rail as Practically Mine now moves up. And Outlaw Country gains ground in between horses. 4 of them are across the track for the early lead. Don't Let Me Down sits behind them in 5th. Mullingar comes on through on the inside to take the lead. It's Mullingar by a neck. Outlaw Country in between horses and Newendike on the outside, the quarter 23 and 3/5 seconds. The front 3 have now opened up 4 lengths on Practically Mine and then Don't Let Me Down. It is Mullingar, the even money favorite, who leads here by a half length. Outlaw Country is second, and it's another half length to Newendike, who's on the outside in third. They race midway on the turn now. Mullingar clear now by a full length. Outlaw Country and Newendike right together. Don't Let Me Down has gained ground into 4th, and now is just 3.5 lengths from the lead. Practically Mine is the trailer, the half in 47 and 2. It is Mullingar who takes the field into the stretch. Outlaw Country is all out in second. And on the far outside is a Newendike, then Don't Let Me Down, Practically Mine down towards the rail. Mullingar is in front. It's Mullingar the leader with a 16th to the finish, and Mullingar will deliver here at even money under jockey Junior Alvarado. Outlaw Country gets second over Newendike.
Mullingar, the favorite, the winner, and much the best in race number 2, wires the field under Junior Alvarado.
No surprise. Congrats to Connections, Mike Shanley, a nice guy around the racetrack. Always happy to see Mike. I wish him the best of luck. And, of course, he owned Nova Rags as well. But this horse was just much better than these horses today. And I have to think probably didn't get claimed, right?
I'm not sure. It would be interesting. I don't know. One thing's for sure, if he was claimed and somebody's going to stick around running here in the winter, you know, he can run in the dirt.
No, I thought he ran well today. I mean, obviously it wasn't the strongest of fields, but he crushed these fields. No surprise.
Yep.
I mean, he was even money. He was supposed to be even money there. He was way the horse to beat.
2, 5, 6, 1 in race number 2 at the Big A. Mullingar and Junior Alvarado wiring the field. Outlaw Country, the dirt horse, kind of in the race. First off, the claim for Charlie Baker took quite a bit of attention. He drifted up to 3-1, checked in a distant second, but no doubt about the winner. Number 2, Mullingar. Bring your prices in a bit. We'll also take a look ahead to Saturday's Cigar Mile. And a horse like Zandon, who'll be cutting back to this mile, has been pointing to this race, opting to bypass the Breeders' Cup and go here instead. He has run some big races this year. Will face Mind Control, who looks to pick up another grade win on his resume before he goes off to stud.
That obligatory goes by them all. 2
comes Malathaat. Here comes Clairiere on the outside. They're coming to the finish, and it's going to be Clairiere. Nest, much the best. She won by better than 10 lengths. Cody's Wish on the outside. Cody's Wish with the upset in the Fargo. Malathaat grabs the lead in deep stretch, and Malathaat has won the Personal Ensign Stakes.
Curling, the classic sire.
This season at Oaklawn, we've got more of everything. More of the top thoroughbreds in the world. More days of live racing. And the largest purses in our history. All at a completely reimagined Oaklawn. Come be a part of this historic season at Arkansas's only casino resort.
Giddy up. Game of Silks is coming this December.
Union Rags, proving Lane's End's tried and true stallion making formula. A formula that leads to success for our partners and our stallions. He's a leader in his sire crop by graded stakes winners and grade 1 winners. He's a commercial standout with multiple million-dollar sales and a 6-figure yearling average. And with 4 full books bred at 50 and 60,000, he has even more exciting progeny in the pipeline. Union Rags, a stallion that stands above the rest.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
You're watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. In race 2, was no doubt about the winner. The favorite, Mullingar, found the right field. Ridgeline by More Than Ready got the win under Junior Alvarado, who's standing by with Maggie.
Yeah, as the sun is brilliant today, Junior. It's a very nice day for a December. Is it? Yeah, December 1st. But Mullingar, a horse that was transitioning from turf to dirt today, and obviously familiar with the family, riding his brother Nova Rags too. What is it all about? Just trying to keep their face clean when you know at a class level they're probably best.
Yeah, definitely. You know, dropping class and then coming from turf to dirt. You know, I know. You know, when before I get the leg up, you know, the assistant trainer Liana, she told me like he's pretty darn nice in the dirt too. So, you know, once he broke good, that's all that come to my mind. So I said, like, you know what? Let me just put him in the lead, take him to them, and you know, if he's really what you think he is, we should be fine. And you know, he proved best today.
Yeah, definitely winning by open lengths. Do want to ask you about coming up in the 8th race, the featured event. Number 3, Faraway Love, who you ride for, Bill Mott, rode her last time out. She's had trouble kind of staying on the racetrack. Now she does get to pair races back to back. What did you gain from riding her back in October, and what are you hoping to see today?
Yeah, you know, I actually was pretty excited. You know, I thought it was a good move forward last time when she ran. You know, I didn't have the best post position in one day. You know, I was in the rail the whole time. I don't think that's what she really wanted to be the whole way. But, you know, like I said, she never gave up on me. She still kind of kept trying there. And like I said, I wasn't in the best part of the track that day. I just think today, you know, knowing a little more better, and, you know, I think we should have a pretty good shot today.
I think she's a pretty interesting prospect. Wishing you the best of luck with her, but congratulations getting a win on the card already.
Thanks, Maggie.
All right, Junior Alvarado, Mullingar teaming up with his main outfit, the Hall of Famer, Bill Mott. Acacia?
They've had a lot of big wins together, Maggie, including this year's Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile with Cody's Wish. First Breeders' Cup win for Junior Alvarado, and he pretty much goes where Bill Mott goes, and that has worked out quite well for him.
Yeah, no, he's had this long relationship. His agent, Mike Solito, and Bill Mott are very close as well, and they've done well together. And I think a lot of times, if you see 2 Bill Motts in a maiden race, probably the one they like better is the one Junior's riding, unless it's a case where another rider had already had the mount, per se.
$4.10 winner, even money in race 2 coming up this weekend. We do have the Cigar Mile, the last grade 1 opportunity on the main track here in New York, as we get ready to pay tribute to a truly incredible racehorse. And look at that segue, trained by Bill Mott.
This was his coming out party. He had finally gotten back to the dirt And it's not Bill Mott's fault. Alex Hassinger had this horse. He broke his maiden with a 93 Beyer in the dirt, and then he ran on the turf. I don't know why. And Bill finally put him back in the dirt, and he gave Julie Crone some credit as well for that. After he kept failing on the turf, he was okay in the turf. He just wasn't that good, and he wasn't winning. And Mike Smith rode him at Aqueduct and ran, I think, a 106 Beyer winning. And he met a very strong field, including almost, I think Devil's Due won almost $3 million, finished second here. And he just crushed these horses on his way to making history with his winning streak. And the thing about Cigar was he ran all over the country. I mean, he just went everywhere. In fact, he ran most of his races outside of NYRA. He really didn't run here that often. He didn't run back in New York after this race until he won the Woodward in the fall.
Yeah, he won an allowance, and then he came in and won what was then the NYRA Mile. Of course, has been renamed the Cigar Mile since. He ran at Gulfstream, Oaklawn, Pimlico, Suffolk Downs, Hollywood Park, Dubai World Cup, Arlington, Del Mar. Really traveled all over the country and the world. 1995 and 96 Horse of the Year.
Yeah, no, he was absolutely terrific, and he paid $19 in that race. He went down to Florida.
Amazing.
He won an allowance race in his next start, prepping for the Don, where he was hooking up with Holy Bull, who really one of the best horses I've ever seen race. And unfortunately, Holy Bull pulled up in that race with a suspensory. And I remember that I was there at Gulfstream, and they went around the first turn. And it was really exciting. Cigar paid $10. I mean, Holy Bull was an overwhelming favorite. Holy Bull, one of the real regrets is that you didn't get a chance to see them square off the good Cigar against the good Holy Bull, because there would have been some tremendous battles between those two horses, two extremely good horses, and Cigar had the speed to stay close to Holy Bull. They would have matched their talents in the racetrack. It was really unfortunate that happened, but we lost Holy Bull. Fortunately, he was okay. He just was a suspensory issue, and Cigar picked up the mantle, and he had that tremendous run.
The Cigar Mile will take place on Saturday here at the Big A. It is that one-turn mile, as Andy was mentioning, and you do see, as the race is taking place on Saturday, Obesos is already scratched. He was actually on his way here to New York, but unfortunately, there has been an outbreak, as you might have seen in the news, of equine herpes virus at Churchill Downs, with 5 horses testing positive, thus Churchill Downs restricting shipping out of the barn area. So unfortunately, Obesos will not be able to travel to New York. However, Zandon is the favorite. He comes out of the Pennsylvania Derby, and he has danced a lot of dances this year. Andy, been remarkably consistent, and will cut back to this one-turn mile on Saturday.
Yeah, I actually wonder a little bit if Zandon's going to be a better horse in these one-turn races. When you think about his debut at 6 furlongs, he had a little trouble. I mean, it's not that he's run badly to mile and 1/8. He's run very well in these route races. But it's hard not to compare him a little bit to Connect, who won the Pennsylvania Derby, beat Gunrunner. As a matter of fact, Chad Brown did not run the Breeders' Cup, and he waited for the Cigar Mile. It's a real stallion-making race to win this race. Unfortunately, with Connect, he won the Westchester and then got injured. That was his first start as a 4-year-old, never ran again. But this could be a very big race for Zandon. His lack of speed and the fact that 2 of his major competitors in this race have much more speed, White Abarrio and Mind Control, could be a potential Achilles heel.
He has been a consistent 3-year-old. Unfortunately for him, though, we had an incredibly strong group of 3-year-olds this year. As we bring Maggie into the conversation. Maggie, curious of your thoughts with Zandon, this beautiful son of Upstart. What do you think about him cutting back to this one-turn mile?
Well, my conventional kind of, I don't know if I'd call it wisdom, but just based upon my time throughout here in the paddock, he's certainly built like a horse where the 2 turns was preferable for him because he's so big, so rangy, has that big stride where, you know, he needs some distance to unravel it. But as Andy said, he did break his maiden at the 6 furlongs. So ultimately, with that pedigree in mind, maybe he is better going the one-turn mile of this Cigar Mile. But 2, he's going to have to do it on a wet track. And I'm kind of the mind that he had things in a preferable situation last time out in the Pennsylvania Derby, but before that, his efforts up at Saratoga weren't bad. But it also feels like it's put up or shut up time for him, where this is the field that he should be able to pick off and get that grade 1, and then therefore that discussion has to be made of, does he get kind of boosted into that position, Acacia, of champion 3-year-old? You know, there's several that have the 2 grade 1s, and he's going to do it against older rivals. So that certainly, maybe I'm counting my eggs before they hatch, has to be mentioned here, that the 3-year-old championship is on the line if he would break through and win this race. But like I said, physically, though, he's not necessarily one that strikes me that the turn back is going to be ideal.
It'll be interesting to see, that's for sure. Maggie, thank you. And she does bring up a big point, Andy, that we've had a really good group of 3-year-olds, but there hasn't been one dominant runner throughout the year.
Yeah, I think it's impossible for Xander to be 3-year-old champion. I'm not saying Maggie's saying that, but because he was so clearly inferior to Epicenter.
Right.
I mean, obviously, this would be a second grade 1 win. It would also be White Abarrio's second grade 1. And 3-year-olds are 2 of the top choices in this race. And I understand that the horse get her number isn't impossible off that race less than 2 weeks ago for Peter Miller in California. And Mind Control is certainly very dangerous near. I don't think that horses like Xander and White Abarrio can win the Eclipse Award, maybe be a finalist. There are a lot of things that happen, but she is right. I mean, there's no definitive top 3-year-old this year.
Do you think it's Epicenter's pretty much at this point?
Probably, but he's a very flawed choice. I think he's the right choice as far as the most talented horse, but his only grade 1 win was the Travers. It was the best performance by anybody, and overall this year he probably had the best resume of anybody, but I mean, Cyberknife, if Cyberknife had won the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile, I think he would have gotten it. If Jack Christopher had been able to run the sprint, and I think he would have won if he had run in there, I think he probably would have won it. But those are all ifs, and they didn't happen. But I don't think Cyberknife would be a bad choice. Are people going to pay attention to Taba when presumably he's going to be very tough to beat in the Malibu? With his 3rd grade 1 win, if he wins that, I don't understand why he wouldn't potentially be the right horse for that. I know we feel bad because Epicenter is so talented. It was obviously unfortunate what happened in the Breeders' Cup, but I think you have to take a bigger view of it. And to me, if Taba wins the Malibu, it's probably between Taba and Epicenter with Cyberknife 3rd, though he has a right to say he could have been the 3-year-old champ.
It's a very interesting conversation, that's for sure, in this kind of wide open year with some talented 3-year-olds without that kind of dominant big name. But an older horse, a 5-year-old who will break from the rail in the Cigar Mile, is kind of the now horse, Double Crown, 42-1 to win the Kelso over Baby Yoda last time out.
Yeah.
Did you have him that day?
I didn't. I did. I had him picked last. So, you know, if somebody's bet my horse I picked last, I do fine. He was a very improbable winner. The problem is he's probably going to have to run a conservative 6-7 lengths faster. And he's a bit of a closer, too. And he's got a similar running style to Zandon. Good luck to him out closing Zandon, but he did have a big upset last time.
He'll break it down to the inside. JD Acosta will be aboard once again. He rode him to victory last time in that huge win over Baby Yoda. Now you might know that notice that Baby Yoda is missing from the Cigar Mile field. Unfortunately, he did spike a temperature this week and so was not entered. So we sadly will not see him in this Cigar Mile field. You do have Mind Control on the outside, though. He's already got a couple of grade 1s to his name, and he comes off of being elevated to first last time out in the Park Start Mile. We haven't seen him since that effort in September.
He's done well in some of these 2-turn races. He had beaten Hot Rod Charlie going back to 3 starts ago in the Salvatore Mile, and he's obviously still got some talent. I think he's going to have to run better than he did in this race to get it done. Now this is last year's race, because that's
last year's win at Parks.
That's
and he came back over Silver State.
Right, Silver State, who had it won, right. I was seeing those Winchell Silks. He's been a cool horse that's had a tremendous career, winning the Hopeful as a 2-year-old, winning the Alan Jerkins as a 3-year-old. Last year he won the Grade 2 Nehru. He has not won a Grade 1 since his 3-year-old year, but he's had a terrific career. Did well with Greg Sacco, and he's done well with Todd Pletcher as well.
Looks to pick up another grade win on his resume. He'll break to the outside in that Cigar Mile on Saturday. That is just one of 4 graded stakes that we have to look forward to on Saturday afternoon. For the 2-year-olds, it'll be the Demosel for the fillies, the Remsen for the boys, the Gopher Juan for the fillies and mares a little bit later on as well. A terrific day of racing. Hope you'll come out and join us. Equestrians will be open. Be a great day to have some terrific racing. If not, we've got you covered all day on America's Day at the Races.
You doing an autograph signing up here?
What's that? Yeah.
You're doing an autograph signing.
I'm
up here,
not,
right?
no. But my
She is.
family's coming.
Oh, really?
So,
That's
yeah,
nice.
Yeah,
Oh,
it'll
are
be
they going to be
fun.
up here?
They'll be up here.
Good.
Yeah, so looking forward to that.
We should sit at the table with them and have lunch with them and do the show from there.
And do the show from there.
Yeah, I like that idea.
Live look.
Thanks for the offer. Yeah,
Yeah,
no, I'll be there.
Okay,
I'll just
very
join
good.
them for
We've
lunch.
got it
you know.
all sorted out.
Well, Mitch is America's guest,
We've
so
got it all
Mitch
sorted
could
out.
join them.
Mitch will definitely be there. Race number 3 coming up next from the Big A. There is Money Mike. We'll talk a little bit more about his chances after this.
I've been impressed with the volatiles overall. We've had several at the farm, and then we had several ship into us at the sale. They've been impressive physicals. They have some size and scope and nice clean necks, good angles to their shoulders, and just athletic and physically imposing horses.
Volatile is fast. Wins by 5 lengths on the wire.
Volatile, victorious in the Vanderbilt, won by 2 lengths.
You're watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you by Naira Bets. You can bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Get started at nairabets.com today. Getting ready for race number 3, 6 furlongs on the main track. It's a $35,000 claiming race for the 3-year-olds and upward. There's Funny Joke. 5-2 is your favorite right now, as he takes a bit of a drop in class, second off the claim.
Yeah, I guess he could win in here. It says bumped hard break. It's actually true, but not really true. He broke in and he slammed the gate. No horse bumped into him. I'm not saying it's inaccurate for what happened, but it's really more slammed the gate. And it was a 4-horse field. Did I really think he did that much running? I think there's some question of whether or not he's just a horse that was precocious to start his career, and he's kind of got a little worse as his starts have gone on. Not to say he can't win here. I prefer the 6 Cousin Andrew. And I think Money Mike, the new face here shipping in for Norman Cash, is dangerous.
Cousin Andrew, who wins on any surface. It doesn't really seem to matter where he is. This is his win on the main track 2 starts back at Saratoga. As he was, the race was taken off the turf, but he also started his career on the main track, win with Chad Brown, too.
I think he's run well in both surfaces. I know it was an off-the-turf race, but he wasn't favored. He ran down Courageous Ula, was in really good form at that point to get it done. He's run fast enough to win it. He's had a little bit of a freshening since August. I think he makes a lot of sense, and I prefer him in this race. I am a little biased. I'm friends with the actual Cousin Andrew. Of course, Seth Klarman's cousin.
I got to interview him at
You
Saratoga.
did. You did.
Yeah,
Are you kidding me? It's like the highlight of his life, I think. And, that, his
Every time
children,
he
and then
sees
the
me-
interview with you.
Every time he sees me, he comes over, he says, "Hi, Cousin Andrew." I said, "Yes, I remember." Cousin
He's in
Andrew's
awe
very
of
proud. He's
your
very proud.
immense talent.
No, he's very proud of his namesake, as he should be. Let's meet the field, though, kicking things off with the remaining part of the entry, Hagler.
I tried Hagler last time, and I felt like somebody had been through the ring with Marvin Hagler. He just seems to have lost that good form, and his best form is when he's forward, and I don't think it's going to happen here.
Here's King James. He'll break from the rail.
He just hasn't run well in dirt races. He's more of a turf horse.
Winker's coming off as well. Ikigai goes turf to dirt.
Yeah, I don't know why this horse is taking money in this race, to be honest.
Ortiz.
Oh, he's Irad, right? Because his dirt races are poor.
Here is your favorite funny joke, Javier Castellano.
We talked about him. He's obviously not impossible in here, but I just thought there were some more interesting horses here.
Could be a big weekend for trainer Norman Cash. 7-day turnaround for Money Mike.
Yeah, he runs his horses, and I thought he ran well enough last time at Churchill Downs as he ships in, and obviously he was, training outside of Churchill Downs, but I thought he was very dangerous here.
And there is Cousin Andrew.
Yeah, I like his chances. I just think he's a very logical horse that fits the race well.
5-year-old now by Into Mischief for Linda Rice, dropping back into this starter allowance company. Kendra Carmouche going to be in the saddle once again. 5-2 on your favorite funny joke, as we're seeing some good warm-ups out there. And you do have a couple horses that are going turf to dirt, which always makes things a little bit interesting as far as how they'll handle it. Comparison to a horse like Ikigai with Cousin Andrew. Cousin Andrew's already run well on the main track.
Right. I mean, there's an argument he may be a better dirt horse than turf horse, even though he's run okay on the turf.
5-2 on Funny Joke. For more on these horses as they warm up on track, let's check in with Maggie.
Yeah, we'll take a look at Funny Joke. And Acacia, you mentioning a lot of horses getting big warm-ups. We'll get to some of those in a second. Actually, the two horses I like most in here got the best warm-ups. But starting with Funny Joke, last time, as you guys showed that start to his race, it was not the best of beginnings. And then he was able to pick up pieces. But while picking up pieces, he was running with his head straight up in the air and lugging in. And I see that today. He comes back wearing front wraps and a ring bit. And I just don't love to see that. Yes, he ran fine as far as numbers and where he placed against, gate to wire winner Dots Dollar, who is arguably better than these, but I just don't like the way he looked when finishing second that day. As we'll move on to number 5, Money Mike. Yeah, we see Lynn Cash come in here and run horses. That's his formula to success. And some horses flourish in it. Some don't. I don't know Money Mike, and I don't know what he looks like regularly, but that's a lot of shipping and running, and he's just not stacking up as far as conditioning and flesh and coat to the rest of these in here who aren't coming off the quick turnarounds, off the week layoffs. So, and some of his horses come in here looking great doing that. This one doesn't. So we'll see how he does. As number 6, Cousin Andrew, he got a great warm-up. He's gone to favoritism. I like him getting back to the dirt. He's kind of that equitalented horse who it doesn't really matter which surfaces he's on. He kind of runs his race no matter what. He looks great. I think he is the proper favorite and the favorite I feel most comfortable in taking. But I'm going to take a shot here with 8-1 Hagler. He got a great warm-up. This is a horse that has missed some racing this year. There's been some lines. Now he's coming back off a little bit of a freshening since September. I did not see him in either of those 2 races back in August and September, but he's a horse that in the past could get a little hot under the collar, could get washy, and it just feels as though gelding is really going to help this guy. I love the way he moved out there today. He's going to have to run a race that's probably one of the best of his career, but I'm going to take a shot here, Acacia, with him being that 8-1 price.
He's a nice price, that's for sure, Maggie. Thank you. 8-1 on Hagler. Dylan Davis going to be aboard. There he is. And as you mentioned, Andy, that you had tried this horse before. I'm with Maggie. I do think that the gelding is an interesting angle for this particular individual. He
is a horse to start his career out like he'd be okay. I think he'll be better off going the 6 furlongs than the 7 he tried in his last 2 starts, but his form has just dissipated too much for me. But listen, I liked him a lot last time, and I certainly respect your opinions.
There's a great picture, if you haven't seen it, of Rudy Rodriguez, who gallops some of his horses in the morning, too. He's still very active and really hands-on around the barn. And it was with Hagler when the girth broke in training, and Rudy pulled him up and just hopped right back on and continued to gallop him without a saddle.
Impressive.
Yeah.
Rudy galloped a lot of horses for Rick Dutrow. I want to say Bobby Frankel as well, probably. Rudy, an excellent exercise rider in his day. But I'm sure he's still on a lot of the horses, right, in the mornings.
Yeah, very active and involved. 5-2 on both Cousin Andrew and your favorite funny joke. I thought it was interesting what Maggie had to say about Money Mike not necessarily stacking up with this competition.
Yeah, we'll see, obviously. You know, Norman Cash is a guy, and I guess Lynn Cash, Maggie said, I think that's what he knows, and that's what Anthony was saying on the show this morning. He ships a lot. He's not afraid to run him. I think he's dangerous, but Maggie obviously did not like what she saw.
We'll find out how it plays out in the third. Loading in, we'll send it up to John and Brielle for the call.
And we're waiting now for Cousin Andrew and Hagler. Cousin Andrew and Kendrick Caramouche move in. And we're waiting for the 1A Hagler, who will break from the outside in this field of 6. And we're set to go. And they're off. And from that inside post, King James and Ikigai. Those two out for the early lead. Ikigai goes on with it and is in front. King James is racing in second. And then comes Money Mike next in third. Funny Joke down at the rail in fourth. Hagler's on the outside in fifth. And it's 3.5 lengths back to Cousin Andrew, who trails the field in sixth. Ikigai in front by 2 through a quarter in 22-2. It's Ikigai with the lead. King James in pursuit in second. Money Mike is third. And down at the rail is a Funny Joke, followed next by Hagler. Cousin Andrew now splits horses and moves up a couple of spots. Ikigai, in the meantime, is in front now by 4 lengths. King James running in second. They head for home after a half in 45-4. Ikigai with the lead. On the outside is Money Mike, now moving into second. Cousin Andrew. Funny Joke is down at the rail. It is still Ikigai who has the lead. On the outside is Money Mike moving up and gaining ground. Ikigai trying to hold on. Money Mike, one last surge. Oh, it was tight at the end. Did Money Mike get up? Ikigai trying to hold on. A photo finish in the third.
Tight photo finish. Ikigai was leading every step of the way, and then in the final jumps, there comes Money Mike. Do you think he got him, Andy?
I thought he did. Speed was looking to win all 3 of the first 3 races. Ikigai had not run well in the dirt in his first 2 starts. He used that speed and flaunted it in a good ride by Iran Ortiz, flaunting that speed, and he looked to be home in 9-2 in here, but it felt to me like Money Mike might have gotten him, but sometimes you lose a little sight. Let's see, we're watching it here. Let's see as they slow it up.
And Ikigai was kind of shortening up at that pivotal point, and Money Mike was finding his best strike as Money Mike has been posted as the unofficial winner, got his nose down in time under Eric Cancel.
And Lynn Cash runs his horses. He's done well with the horses he's shipped here, and I think to ignore the horses he's shipping here, you're doing it at your own peril. Unfortunately, I didn't use the price in the first leg, or I'd be alive in the pick 5, but still a long way to go.
5-3, 6-4 in race 3 at the Big A. Eric Cancel and Money Mike up in the final jumps. 7-2 as this one's able to run down that horse that was setting the pace. When we come back, we will talk about a race with some great history, the likes of Malathot, Ashado, Open Mind, winners of the Demoiselle, who went on to do some truly great things on the racetrack.
Nobody taught me how to be fast. Just win to be fast.
Nashville under no stress whatsoever. Simply incredible. Never asked for a thing. Track record.
This is one of the most impressive sprint performances that we have seen.
Who you betting on?
How
about an app created specifically for horse racing? Nairo Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Nairo Bets. Giddy up. Game of Silks is coming this December.
The level of racing that he's achieved is extremely rare. Anybody who's witnessed Mitole running sees a level of ability that doesn't come along that often.
Mitole's a monster! Mitole wins the sprint! Oh, what a horse he is! Mitole, he did it again! Wins the mid-mile!
The only thing to be better than one Mitole's a few Mitoles.
The mighty Mitole, who won the Fargo by 3.5 lengths, the new stakes record.
Now more than ever, it's time to get with the program. When shopping for your next race prospect, consider that New York breds start with an advantage. Our New York breds run for serious green. At Saratoga Race Meet, New York bred maidens run for up to $88,000. New York bred allowance horses run for up to $100,000. And New York bred owners can collect awards of up to $20,000 per horse per race. So get back with the program. Seriously.
We're back on America's Day at the Races, brought to you by Run Happy, the #1 second crop sire of last year by Dirt Earnings. Money Mike picked up some more money today as he comes back on just that 7-day turnaround, gets the win in the final jumps under Eric Cancel, who's standing by with Maggie.
Yeah, Eric timing this one just perfectly. It was kind of a cavalry charge, Eric, coming to Ikigai, but you and Money Mike, widest of all. Did you feel like you got the win there?
To be honest, I knew I had the bob. I sat a good trip with him, you know. Try to keep him clear, keep the dirt out of his face, and he just responded well.
Is the dirt a factor today at all?
No, not really. I mean, there's not much kickback like the days before, you know, but I mean, it bothers a little bit. So I just wanted to try to keep him clear and just get a really good run out of him.
Yeah, I was curious because the first 2 races we saw gate to wire winners. Eric, as I mentioned, or as you mentioned to me, by Hubby Hello Money, you'll be reunited with her. Talk a little bit about riding this one, as she is that late closing type. And for you in general, do you prefer riding ones in a closing effort?
Well, to be honest, I've been able to do a better job, you know, with positioning with my horses, you know. She's that type that she likes to be back there, you know. She doesn't like to be pushed early, so I just got to try to time it right.
It's all about that time. You got it right in this one here. Congratulations with Money Mike.
Thank you, Mike.
All right, Eric Cancel, as he had the perfect timing to get his head down on the wire, get his picture taken, Acacia.
He did indeed, Maggie, and has a date with By Hubby Hello Money a little bit later on in the 7th, as she will stretch out in distance. A horse he knows quite well. $9.70 winner that he brings home here, though, in race number 3. Coming up this weekend, as mentioned, we have plenty of graded stakes action to look forward to. Of course, the highlight, the Cigar Mile, but some very important races and historic races as well for the 2-year-olds with the Remsen and the Demoiselle. As far as the Demoiselle is concerned, for those 2-year-old fillies, it's the difficulty, the quality of the race, and the history of some of the terrific fillies throughout that have won this race that make the Demoiselle one of those elite races on the New York circuit.
The Grade 2 Demoiselle Stakes is the only graded stakes for 2-year-old fillies at 1 1/8 miles. For more than a century, this event has been a showcase for superstars. In 1973, it was Hall of Famer Chris Everett that strode to victory in the Demoiselle.
Chris Everett taking the lead by 1 length. Chris Everett in front.
She is one of the elite 8 to win the Triple Tiara, which consisted of the Coaching Club American Oaks, the Mother Goose Stakes, and the Acorn. She was a foundation broodmare for Three Chimneys Farm and is the grand dam of champion and 1985 Travers Stakes victor Chief's Crown. In a rousing 1979 edition, Hall of Famer Genuine Risk fought back against multiple Grade 1 winner Smart Angle.
Smart Angle on the outside has the lead by a neck. Genuine Risk on the inside under a stiff drive is second. Genuine Risk comes on again. Genuine Risk on the rail has the lead.
The daughter of exclusive native became the second filly to win the Kentucky Derby the following year since its inception in 1875. Dual champion Open Mind served notice her star was on the rise when she triumphed in the 1988 Demoiselle.
Open Mind is now joined alongside, and those two race the wire with Open Mind on the outside, gaining the lead.
The filly became the 7th horse to win the Triple Tiara the following year and collected trophies in the Kentucky Oaks and Alabama. In 2003, it was a Shadow's turn to shine.
A Shadow holding on. Lorena trying to come back again. Dr. Kathy on the outside. It's a Shadow and Lorena, and it's a photo finish.
The Hall of Fame member became the first horse to win the Kentucky Oaks and Breeders' Cup Distaff. A Shadow was also the first horse since Life's Magic to be named champion at 3 and 4. Champion Malathot rallied through traffic and slop to capture the 2020 Demoiselle.
Malathot, who is coming on now on the outside. Milfoy and Malathot, the two curling fillies. Malathot got it. Malathot makes it 3 for 3 in her 2-year-old campaign.
Malathot won 6 Grade 1 races, including the Kentucky Oaks and Alabama. She concluded her brilliant career with a scintillating triumph in the 2022 Breeders' Cup Distaff. Nest demonstrated her promise in the 2021 edition of the Demoiselle.
Nest on the outside, then Venti Valentine, and it is Nest. Nest to win the 100th running of the Demoiselle.
She was second to stablemate Mo Donegal in the Belmont Stakes, and then vanquished all rivals in the Coaching Club in Alabama. Even older fillies and mares were no match for Nest in the Grade 2 Beldame, as Curlin's daughter galloped home in isolation.
The Demoiselle coming up this weekend, as we have seen some truly terrific fillies winning this race in history, even just the last two. Malathot, of course, the winner of the Breeders' Cup Distaff this year. Nest, who had an absolutely sensational 3-year-old season throughout the summer, and we'll see who can do it this year on Saturday.
Open Mind. Do you know she's a New Jersey bred?
I did not know that.
Yes, she was part of a 5-horse entry in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies down in that miserable day of great racing in the Breeders' Cup in '88. Some tremendous horses on that list.
We'll see who will add their names to the history list this year in the Demoiselle. It'll go as race number 6. Here's a look at the field. 3 to 5 on Julia Shining. Speaking of Malathot, the winner 2 years ago, here is her full sister, Julia Shining, who broke her maiden impressively on debut at Keeneland.
Yeah, I mean, she was the talk of the internet after this win, and it only got a 71 buyer. It was not that fast a race, and I don't like to get caught up in the visuals, but she made a long, sustained, wide run to get it done and really ran hard every step of the way.
It's kind of a Malathot running style.
Yeah, she's a very, very impressive, but unlike Malathot, she won the race convincingly. You know, Malathot won so many of her races by such short margins, and obviously a tremendous horse. She's very promising, and she's the horse to beat in here. I'm excited to see her, and I'm not inclined to want to take a big stand against her, but I'm not sure I want to take 3 to 5 on her either, and that's the morning line on her, and David Aragon's probably right.
She has that big pedigree to back it up. She has the impressive win on debut, and she will be fun to see how she does stack up in just her second start, stretching out to this 1.125 distance. Maggie, these types of races are always fun, especially this time of year as we see these young horses really develop. What are your thoughts at first glance on the Demoiselle?
Well, Acacia, for just the significance that Julia Shining presents in here, because we're dealing with a year that we saw a lot of great horses, but a lot of great horses are being retired, such as her full sister and Malathot. And so we're looking to that next generation to step up and see what they bring to the table to possibly, display what we might see next year. And I think Julia Shining is probably one of the most exciting propositions that we have in this 2-year-old crop altogether. And as Todd Pletcher, her trainer, said, she was climbing from that kickback, and then once Luis Saez guided her away from it, she just put in that long, sustained run, as Andy was saying. And Todd mentioning that he liked the fact that she was able to put separation between herself and the rest of the field, and that the more ground she covers, like her sister, the better she will become. So she's just a very exciting horse. It might not be the greatest betting race, but she's going to have a lot of eyes on her. Todd will also send out another horse and Gambling Girl, who I think is by far inferior to his Shining charge, and Julia Shining. But Gambling Girl, I thought, was a little against it last time in the New York bred Maid of the Mist Stakes. And I think, too, she's one that will benefit actually getting to 2 turns. She's always one that struck me as needing more ground. She kind of took herself out of it and was on that long, wide run where the race was dominated more inside and up front last time out. So I don't love her chances, but I thought she could come up with a little bit of an excuse for her last effort. Acacia?
It'll be fun to look forward to that Demoiselle on Saturday, Maggie. And certainly the point that she brings up, after the Breeders' Cup, we do see a lot of horses going off to the breeding shed, some of the big stars of the game in particular. And that's why with this time of year, with these 2-year-old races soon to turn 3, all thoroughbreds turn 3 or the next age on January 1st, we can see what we have in store for some big names next year.
And I think that the 3-year-old filly, or 2-year-old fillies, soon to be 3-year-olds, they leave a little be desired so far as a group. Obviously, Tom Amos's Hoosier Filly is a horse that has run well, but she's putting her name in there. She's not running particularly fast races. Wonder Wheel got an 85 buyer winning the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies, and she's a runaway champion 2-year-old filly. So there's a lot of room in that division, these horses. And I'm not sure this isn't a good betting race. I would never say that. Maybe there's an opportunity if you think that Julia Shines is vulnerable, and if it is, and you're right, it is a very good betting race. And so I don't, it's part of a pick 5 and multi-race bets and part of the stake sequence. So I think this race is interesting. I'll put it this way: I've spent a lot of time looking at the card on Saturday and looking at this race, and I don't have picks yet, which to me says that I'm not sure I want to pick her, especially at a short price, even though I do agree she's the horse to beat, Julia Shine.
We'll be curious to see how you end up seeing it with the Demoiselle, Julia Shining, out of the talented Dreaming of Julia, already the dam of a champion, with Malathot being that young filly's 2-year-old sister. We'll kick off the $1 pick 6 in New York back here today at the Big A. We'll take a quick timeout, and when we come back, it'll be time for the start of the pick 6 sequence and race number 4.
Undefeated Grade 1 winner Mastery was a multiple graded stakes winner at 2, including this victory in the Grade 1 Los Alamitos Cash Call Futurity. On the track, his recent top runners include these star performers.
It's Midnight Memories who takes the lead. Midnight Memories, much the best in the Zenyatta. Scores by 3.5.
Mastery, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. Glad to have you with us on this Thursday afternoon, getting ready to kick off today's Pick 6. It starts in the 4th race today. We'll be sprinting on the main track, going the 6 furlongs for fillies and mares, 3-year-olds and upward. There's a look at Carly Hustle live in the paddock, making her first start for John Toscano. But the favorite right outside her is Triple P, moving into the barn of Rob Atras. She's 3-2 on the drop-in class.
Well, Irad Ortiz. Need you say more? And she is a new face coming in here. She didn't run well in her last race at Finger Lakes, but she's probably facing better horses. Hydra would drown this field, the horse who won that race. In her prior races, all buyers of 60, 60, and 64, they would beat this field. If she transfers that form from Finger Lakes here, she's the one to beat. I like the 4 who scratched, Swedish Sugar and Moonshine. For people interested, the 3 who scratched, she's entered tomorrow, so she'll run tomorrow and had to scratch today. I end up scratching into High School Crush. I thought she's got dirt races to give her a chance if the 7 Triple P doesn't transfer that form.
3-2 on Triple P. That is the question coming in from some strong races at the Finger Lakes. Disappointing effort last time, but she was 20-1. And as Andy had mentioned, against significantly tougher competition. The number 5 High School Crush, who you back into, she's 2-1 on the board, and she goes back to the dirt. Any reservations about that as far as her recent turf efforts?
Well, she is a better turf horse, and she's 0 for 15 in the dirt. It's a flawed race, I'm going to be honest. And I had originally picked the race 4-3-5-7. Well, then I saw the 3 was running tomorrow, so I knew she'd scratch. And I like Swedish Sugar because I didn't want to take Triple P, switching to Rob Atras, getting Irad Ortiz, guaranteed to be a short price in here. And I'm not convinced that her form from Finger Lakes will run here. I think she's the one to beat. Carly Hustle ends up being one of my choices in here. I've got her 3rd. She's a flawed horse. I just think High School Crush run against some better horses. And if you look at a lot of dirt races, she ran against better horses in those races. But believe me, I'm not in love with her chances, and 2-1 is not very appealing.
2-1 on High School Crush. Manny Franco will be in the saddle. Carly Hustle, and 8-1, 3-2 on the number 7 Triple P. 6-1 on Game Theory. That's one of the shortest prices she's been in a while.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, do you want to take her
if
she wins at 36-1, 2 races back? I didn't like her in this spot, but she should be a bit forward. And this is a race where the 3 and 4 are projected to be the first 2 speeds in here. So them scratched horses like London Gold and the 9 and 10, Mebs Webb, who doesn't win in Game Theory, both horses that can be forward, and maybe it'll help them.
Pick 6 kicking off here again throughout this last week at NYRA this week, I should say, the last week for turf racing. But as was announced a couple of weeks ago, we just the stakes scheduled on the grass. So if you're playing the Pick 6, you know that we have a all-dirt sequence coming up. We'll meet the field to kick off the sequence, starting things off, Andy, with the 1 London Gold.
I mean, the best buyer she's ever run is a 47, and while she can be forward and probably gets a positive rider change off the last few races, her recent form is just a little tough to take.
Here's Grease Tormenta.
She's second off a little bit of a freshening, not much of a layoff. She's got races that give her a chance here, at least if you go back to when Tom Morley had her.
High School Crush went by. I know you have interest in her.
Yeah, she's 6-5 now. I think it's a ridiculous underlay.
Carly Hustle going by. Here is now your second choice, Triple P.
Yeah, she should be favored by post time. It feels like somebody just made a big bet on High School Crush, knocking her down.
You moved the board.
Yeah. I don't think that bet had anything to do with me.
More Mango went by. Here's Game Theory.
Game Theory got it done at a huge price, 2 back, and has figures that put her in the mix.
And second off the layoff for Mebs Webb.
2 for 38, 2 for 30 on Game Theory. Tough horses to take, and Mebs Webb's recent races leave something to be desired.
That's the field for the 4th. Again, this Saturday, the Cigar Mile. As we look back to the 2003 Cigar Mile, this is actually, I thought was interesting, the only horse to win multiple Cigar Miles was Congaree, who won the race in 2002 and 2003.
He was such a tremendous horse. He never won the Met Mile. He bombed at a short price in the slop. He ran it at least once. Congaree was a tremendous racehorse, and I think he doesn't get remembered because he was a completely ineffective stallion.
Yeah.
And so because of it, you don't really see his name anymore, but I thought he ran remarkably well, and losing the 1.25 mile Santa to handicap to Milwaukee Brew, and a 1.25 mile really too long for him. Finished third in the Derby. Invisible Ink nailed him at the wire for second behind.
He finished third in the Derby, third in the Preakness.
Right.
Third in the Jim Dandy.
He got involved in that duel with Medaglia d'Oro in the Breeders' Cup Classic in 2000 and was it three in at Santa Anita with Medaglia d'Oro. You know, he got that false moniker. He wasn't a mile and a quarter horse. The best race he ever ran were a mile and a quarter. Congaree was a remarkable racehorse, and a mile 7 furlongs, such a terrific racehorse.
And do you know who his leading progeny is? It's a horse that we've seen around here.
He's got one good horse. Was it a Chad Brown horse?
No, Running with Scissors is his highest earning progeny.
Wow, is that right?
Yeah.
Is his dam Maria's book?
His dam is Mari Sheba.
Mari Sheba. Maria's book, somebody else.
By Mari's book.
And who's his sire?
Arazi.
Oh. God, not too many Arazis.
Yeah. Foaled in 1998. 12 for 25, Congaree.
Yeah,
Pretty cool. I like looking back at.
Did he run the Met Mile once or twice? I know he bombed in the slop when I think Sarland finished second. Oh, Bobby Frankel won it with the horse who won the Forgo, Aldebaran.
Sixth in the Met Mile in 2003.
Aldebaran beat Sarland.
Yeah, I think that's the only time that he ran it.
Was that Aldebaran?
Let's see. Hang on, the internet's slow up here. Give me
I know, the internet's giving both of us problems.
Yes,
up
you're
here.
absolutely right with Jerry Bailey aboard.
Yep, he beat
Sarland
Sarland was second. Yeah.
You have an amazing memory for these kinds of things.
I remember that race. I actually didn't go that day. It was a miserable day, but I remember watching it.
The encyclopedia of racing knowledge and memories, especially on the New York circuit. I always love hearing those stories from you, Andy. Back here to today, race 4, horses on the track. Let's get a trackside report from Maggie.
Keisha, making friends with a pigeon down here. One getting dangerously close to me. He doesn't know me very well. As we'll take a look at your current favorite. Better not come here, bud. Good thing I don't have George with me. As number 7, Triple P is your favorite. I could not see beyond this horse. As she's well turned out. We've seen Rob Atras take these Windy Lee horses coming from Finger Lakes in the past and do well with them. And she's just really well suited, obviously, to the 6 furlongs. Got a nice warm up, well prepared. But I do think that the board is right, and that number 5 High School Crush is your best alternative returning to the dirt. It's right there on the form. She's a horse that could go either way. Now, she does have glue-on shoes, which suggests to me that she's going to be one that isn't necessarily going to love, a track that's going to sting her. But I don't see why this track would sting her whatsoever. It seems fair, although we have seen more forwardly placed horses do well. But she got a really lovely warm-up as well and is moving very nicely out there. But ultimately, I'll go with number 7, Triple P. Guys?
All right, Maggie, look out for the pigeon. There are no pigeons up here, so I think the pigeon left Equestris and went down to join Maggie in the winner's circle.
Well, we're going to send a couple down to Florida with you. We're going to miss them here. I think the overlay here is Carly Hustle. I like the trainer switch to John Toscano, to the Toscanos. She's got races here that are fast enough to win. And in this field, I don't believe she should be 12-1. So I'm going to lose a few dollars on her, and I'm going to use her in exactas with the 5 and 7.
She's a generous 12-1 right now as the board kind of zeroing in on the 2 big horses, so to speak, between High School Crush and the number 7, Triple P. Triple P, 7-5 right now, as she does seem to just make some sense coming in from the Finger Lakes for Rob Atras. Unfortunately, you do have to take the worst of it with the price. If people are playing the pick 6 here, Andy, any kind of key horses for you throughout the sequence?
Well, it's a good question. I like the one a little bit in the next race. Key horses?
Or just maybe ones that you're excited to
I like
play.
Carrigate a little bit in the 7th
yeah.
race. I think Carrigate is an interesting alternative. The horse who will be favored there, the horse on the outside.
All right, Carrigate in race number 7. She's the 3. Good luck if you're playing this at pick 6 today. It does start here in race number 4. Your favorite is Triple P with Red Ortiz in the saddle. Race 4 from the Big A, John and Brielle standing by.
Waiting for Carly Hustle and Meb's Webb. Field of 8 at 6 furlongs as we begin the pick 6, and we are ready for the start. And they're off. Bit of a slow start there for number 10, Meb's Webb, and she trails. It's More Mango who goes out for the lead with Game Theory to her outside, and the two of them are right together. London Gold is down at the rail in third. Grease Tormenta is next in fourth. Triple P now moving up on the outside from fifth. Then comes High School Crush in sixth. After the slow start, Mebs Webb has advanced into seventh. Carly Hustle trails the field in eighth through a quarter in 23 seconds, and it's a battle up front. More Mango on the inside and Game Theory on the outside. Game Theory now takes the lead. More Mango at the rail, back running in second. Then it is London Gold on the extreme outside. It is Triple P, a break of two. Back to High School Crush, who's in the fifth, but 4 lengths from the lead as they come off the turn and enter the stretch. And it is Game Theory narrowly. More Mango continues to battle on. Triple P coming up now on the outside. It's Game Theory and Triple P. More Mango now back running in third as they head for the 16th pole. Game Theory. Here's Triple P on the outside. Game Theory and Triple P. They are right together coming for the finish, and it is Game Theory to hold off the challenge of Triple P.
Game Theory with the win. If you liked her at 36-1, 2 starts back, hope that you played at least a little bit at 9-2 today. You didn't get that big price, but she was game indeed.
And the apprentice gets the job done here, the 7-pound
Goes by
apprentice.
Jason, correct?
Jason, okay. Thank you. And she was able to, we've seen forwardly placed horses do well, and Triple P had every chance to catch her, and she just hung throughout the stretch, and nobody else did any running.
Game Theory able to hold off your favorite Triple P, 9-2 for even money. Long shot London Gold in third at 29-1. It was 9-7-1-5. Yes, Jason, the apprentice, YS Game Theory. He was in the saddle. Good to see him get the win. His first on the Irish circuit, I believe. We've seen just a few mounts for him.
Well, we'll see how he does in the winter. He certainly did nothing wrong on this horse.
Absolutely. Able to hold off your favorite in race number 4. She was a bit of a price, but unfortunately with some of the scratches and just who she was facing, not as big a price as some might have hoped, Andy.
Well, I mean, 2 horses that might have been better than her scratch, so I imagine in this case she got it done, and Triple P just had no excuse. She hung like a chandelier in here. Feels like a horse you want to bet. High School Crush, who I would not playing at 9-5, but she's a turf horse. She was awful.
Yep. 9-7-1-5 in the 4th at the Big A. We talked about a couple of the big stakes that we're looking forward to on Saturday. One we haven't touched much on yet is the Go for Wand, as Battle Bling will look to make it back-to-back graded stakes scores. She comes off of an impressive win last time out, and she's certainly in good form. Can she keep the good momentum going this weekend?
Yes, there's family. If we say La Troyenne, you'll get the picture. And of course, form. G1 this.
A breathtaking run.
G1 that.
Dig down deep to win it.
But take a long, steady look, and the word that most likely springs to mind is fantastic. Maxfield. Family. Form. Physique. Fantastic.
Adelphi Racing Club, offering a truly personal racing experience.
I would just say that it's a smaller, tighter-knit group. Everybody has a common interest. We spend a lot more time together than some of the bigger operations, and I very much enjoy that.
We're not just a syndicate, and our members aren't just investors. We are partners. Contact us to get a taste of the Adelphi Racing experience, and let's win races together.
Giddy up. Game of Silks is coming this December.
The sun shines bright on Caraconte. His first crops of racing age are showing brilliance on the racetrack with a high percentage of stakes winners. His versatility is evidenced by winners on all surfaces across the globe. And his offspring are lighting up the sales ring. With his biggest and best quality of books in the pipeline, the sun shines bright on this value sire. Caraconte, standing at Gainesway.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, brought to you by Naira Bets. You can bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Get started at nairabets.com today. In race 4, Game Theory gives 7-pound apprentice Jason Wyas another victory. His first on the Naira circuit, and he is standing by with Maggie.
Always excited to get your first win here at the Naira circuit. Acacia, Jason, you have today with a bit of an upset with Game Theory, but you were resolute with her today, having her forwardly placed, and you and her were determined.
Yes, a lot of studying, just type of horses that I get along with good. That doesn't like when you're too much in the bait, and I just let her do her race, and she responded very well. I'm just very happy to get the first one.
Well, and 2, you started at Gulfstream, as you were just mentioning to me, a native of Peru, but you weren't there that long. But talk a little bit about starting your career down there and the decision to come up here.
Well, I started as a hot walker for Ralph Nix, worked with a couple trainers, decided to keep moving up. It's always been my thing to learn, and the foreman there, a good friend of mine, like my brother Ishmael, he taught me how to groom. And little by little, you know, I want to learn how to gallop. Didn't work out good at first. Got a job with Bobby Ribato here, and he gave me the opportunity to keep on learning with my valet, who was an exercise rider during that time. And then Ralph, I met up with him back in Saratoga, and then from there on, he took me there, and I kept on learning. And once I knew I was gonna have a second kid, I just wanted to keep moving up. So that kind of pushed me into this new career, where I was able to lose 45 pounds, so 150 pounds, just to get it done. But you know, discipline, determination, and over here was better, you know, more opportunities during this time, and I just want to compete with the best guys out there. So I made the move here to do the winter meet, and hopefully everything works out.
Well, Jason, I would have to say that your entire career kind of is embodied in that performance, the determination that you've shown. Wow, what a journey. It's going to be a pleasure to have you here on the circuit, and well done getting your first win.
Thank you so much. Thanks to all the connections, the trainers, my agent, Mike McGlory, and everybody else that supports me back at home. Thank you so much.
Wow. Well, congratulations. And guys, it goes to show that hard work, determination pays off. And I love Acacia too, the fact that he's done every job at the racetrack. I think that, you know, just leads to a very well-rounded horseman and jockey.
Absolutely, Maggie. What an amazing story. Huge congratulations to Jason. So well spoken as well. An $11 winner he brings home on Game Theory, and certainly an amazing tale of that hard work, as Maggie touched on, Andy, and I'm very excited to have him here on the Naira circuit.
I agree. Very well spoken. Good interview.
Yeah, he really was. Great to learn a little bit more about him and how he started. And congratulations on that first big win here in New York. As we mentioned before the break, coming up on Saturday, of course, we have the Cigar Mile, but the Gopher Wand for the fillies will be going a mile on the main track, and we'll kind of revolve around Battle Bling. But first, we look back in the 1990 Beldame Gopher Wand. What an incredible racehorse she was, Andy.
Amazing. 145 and change in this Beldame. She's got a 119 buyer.
Wow. She was truly a rare talent.
True great. True great.
Gopher Wand, just easy winning that 1990 Beldame. We paid tribute to her, of course, inducted into the Hall of Fame in 1996, champion 2-year-old and 3-year-old filly. The Gopher Wand goes as the 8th race on Saturday. Again, a mile on the main track for the fillies and mares. And Battle Bling is in terrific form right now. She comes off of that win in the Turnback the Alarm, Andy, where, to be honest, I had a little bit of some reservations as far as how she was going to handle really going the mile in an 8th. It seemed there were a couple of others that maybe wanted it a bit more. Nostalgic was getting to her late, but she was resolute, wiring the field under Kendrick Carmouche, and has won 3 in a row.
I mean, obviously, Shug's favorite first act not showing up helped her. though she ran a fast race, so it's not as though she wouldn't have won anyway. A little concerned that Nostalgic ran as poorly as she did in the Comely in her next race. But Battle Bling has been so consistent in her races, and I don't think the one turn is bad for her. She'd finished second, the Heavenly Prize, at a mile, in a strong performance. She's in good form. She's not going to be in front as she was, but she's run well from behind. There's more speed in here. I think there are a lot of horses that could win this race, a very contentious race, but she has to be considered one of the main, if not the main players.
I think it's a really interesting race as we see her holding on to win that turn back the alarm last time out. Dr. B comes out of the pumpkin pie for Butch Reed, who we did see upsetting this weekend in the Discovery, as we know to fear him when he ships horses in these stakes on the NYRA circuit. Irad Ortiz will be aboard Dr. B, who will look to pick up his first stakes win.
And she just kept coming after Boston Post Road. It was the heavy favorite for Chad Brown and really ran extremely well in here. Now, she's never gone beyond 7 furlongs. She's having to go a mile, and it does feel like the pace could be pretty strong up front, and she looks like she's as fast as anybody in this race. I'm very curious to see what she does from a talent standpoint. I thought her last race was the best race anybody's recently run in this field, but she's got to get the mile, and she's got to do it against some real competition. But she had some real competition last time and ran very well.
A big field in the Go for Wand, and I think it is a really, really interesting group as to who can get the trip, who's going to take a step forward, and a very competitive race.
You know, can Betsy Blue bounce back? Is she truly a mile, or the 1 mile race she won was an off-the-turf race at 35 cents the dollar and not a particularly good effort? I do think the speed was holding up on New York Bred Showcase Day, and I think it hampered her. Banksting ran an odd race there because she looked like she was backing up top of the stretch, and she came back on to finish second. She obviously can win. She had beaten
Battle Bling.
Battle Bling in the Heavenly Prize. I noticed that because I had bet Battle Bling that day. And I was going through the BPs, and I thought, oh, yeah, right. That was the last time she lost one of these races.
Don't you love that when it brings back some good memories like that?
Good memories, nice bad memories, nice racehorses. But it's a very contentious race. And I even had another horse that have to have the field in front of me at a price that I thought had a bit of a shot as well.
Looking forward to the Go for Wand. Goes as race number 8 on Saturday at the Big A. Turning our attention back to today, we have race 5 up next. New York Bred maiden claiming race for $25,000, going a mile on the main track, 3-year-olds and upward. Here's a look at the field, and what a surprise, Andy. Irad Ortiz is on the favorite, Sense a Giant.
We've had some bad favorites, particularly the first race today. This is an absolutely horrific favorite. Her one dirt race gives her very little chance in this race. And, I mean, I don't know what's going on. I agree with David Aragona that the 4 Gimme Back My Bullets is probably the horse to beat. She was second choice in the line. They are badly misbetting this race right now. Badly.
Well, we'll leave it up to the next crew to discuss this 5th race more. So it's time for Andy and I to say farewell. I'll be back reporting a little bit later. Got to go get my coat on, but I'll see you tomorrow.
All right, or I'll see you downstairs.
Absolutely.
Definitely.
Look forward to it. Stay tuned. On America's Day at the Races is Greg Wolf and Richard Migliori coming up next to take you the rest of the way. Maggie Wolfendale sticking around as well. Horses in the paddock. There is your favorite, Sense a Giant. Let's see if he can build off of that one dirt race and live up to favoritism next on America's Day at the Races.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, the #1 second crop dirt sire of last year, is back and showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, and all weather. A record-breaking sprint champion, Run Happy is also showing winners at all distances, from 7 furlongs to 1.25 miles. A sire whose runners can carry his speed over all distances and all surfaces. Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
Let's take a closer look at the variable of distance. Some horses, they'll be going the distance. Others, you guessed it, they're going for speed. Speed horses, or sprinters, are typically the children of speedy parents. Same thing goes for route runners or longer distance runners. Their parents usually ran better going farther. This is a 1 mile race, so ideally we'd like to find the horse who might run best at this 1 mile distance. Luckily, there's a box in each horse's section that tells you how they've done at the distance. This horse, for example, has run a mile 9 times. He finished first once, he finished second twice, and finished third once. Next, you'll compare those numbers to other horses in the race to get a better feel for who might run best at today's distance.
Thanks for joining us here on America's Day at the Races, proudly brought to you by America's Best Racing. For more, check out americasbestracing.net today. And I feel like that was the perfect segment to come into the paddock here for this 5th race, which does include a short price horse who is stretching out in distance for the first time. And that is number 4, Give Me Back My Bullets, as he's only faced restricted New York bred company for one other time. His first start for the Rob Atras barn, who will look to get to the winner's circle after being upset in the last race, narrowly defeated as the favorite. But Give Me Back My Bullet certainly doesn't have a pedigree that screams longer is better, and he doesn't have the physicality either to say that longer is better. But what he does have is a pace advantage. With the short cup cheater blinkers going on today, you would have to think that their MO is to go. And 2, his running style and the way that he has been running those sprint races, he very much is that even kind of grinding type where, I mean, last time out he was wide, but he just stayed on. So there is reason to believe that the stretch out to the 1-turn mile at least isn't going to be completely out of his wheelhouse. Now let's take a look at the other short price horse in here. That's number 2, Sense of a Giant, is one that I can never warm up to. And furthermore, I just think he's much more of a turf horse. Yes, 2 back, he ran second, but it was a lower buyer speed figure, albeit in a maiden 40. But this is a horse that just doesn't possess that much conditioning across his top line, and especially behind the saddle, things that you need to be competitive, especially over it's not a tiring racetrack, but a deeper racetrack like we have here at Aqueduct. So I think that Give Me Back My Bullets is the one who makes the most sense, possibly as a favorite, but both horses standing on shaky ground. But 2 guys that definitely aren't standing on shaky ground, as we welcome them to the show, Greg Wolf and Richard Migliore up on set. Hey, guys.
Thank you for that, Maggie. Good to be on the program. Good to be with you on FS2 as we get set for the late pick 5 coming up. Yeah, this horse very dangerous, especially the way the track has been playing today. First few races, speed has been absolutely dominant. Although we did see one horse come from off the pace and catch a horse who was going from turf to dirt, who was trying to go get to wire.
That was a very fast-paced race, too. And Magic Mike, or Money Mike, excuse me, was able to rally down the middle of the track and catch that horse. But I agree. I think if you have inside speed, inside position, it's been a benefit so far today.
We'll see if that plays into the hands or Give Me Back My Bullets to kick off this late pick 5. Coming up this weekend, it is Cigar Mile Saturday. We look forward to it. ABR Race of the Week. And a couple of 3-year-olds who are hoping to end the year on a strong note and maybe stamp themselves as major players for next year going forward in the handicap division. 1-turn mile, one of the final grade 1s of the year. Cigar Mile and Mind Control, the 6-year-old, the elder statesman of this group. It's going to be his final start of his career. Horse who was a grade 1 winner at 2, at 3, and won graded stakes at 4, 5, and 6 as well.
The 11-time winner, over $1.7 million in earnings, and he's shown to be a fighter. Here he is out fighting a very tough competitor in Hot Rod Charlie. 2 horses that like a fight, and he just refused to yield to stay at Monmouth Park. He is 4 for 5 at the 1 mile distance with a second.
Meanwhile, Zandon, one of the intriguing 3-year-olds in here, he's even money, morning line, grade 1 winner of the Bluegrass. Where do you think Joel Rosario is going to place him in this race?
You know, it's interesting because in some of these two-turn races, he's actually laid up a little closer. I do think that he gets potentially a little bit more pace to run at, particularly with the likes of Outlier in there. Mind Control will be forward. I think he'll be coming from mid-division, 5-6 lengths off the lead. And it's interesting, Greg, he ran 6 furlongs, and the rest of his life has been around 2 turns from 1 1/8 to 1 1/4. I think he's going to like to turn back to a mile.
In a lot of ways, it's an important race for Zandon. He's been, right there. He run big efforts right behind Epicenter, and obviously Grade 1 winner. We'll see if maybe the cutback is exactly what he wants, and maybe he is a miler.
Well, again, he's going to get more pace, and I just think it's going to intensify his closing kick. I mean, he's never run a bad race, 8 starts, but only 2 wins to show for it, 3 seconds, 3/3. And maybe now, turning back, he'll be able to really finish the deal. I think it's a really interesting prospect. This will be only the 2nd time in his career that he's gone around 1 turn.
It's race 9 on that card Saturday. We hope you join us. Grade 1 Cigar Mile ABR race of the week. Right now, it's pick 5 time. On our Thursday card, 1-turn mile as well. New York bred $25,000 maiden claiming race. You see that pick 5 pool closing in on 130,000 and growing. And that's Sense a Giant. Todd Pletcher, Aran Ortiz Jr. He's only been on the dirt once. It was a race that was meant to be on the grass. It was taken off. 43 Beyer speed figure in a runner-up effort. Thoughts here?
Well, it looks like he has dead aim. He got over to his right lead, and it looks like he's supposed to go on from there, and he just kind of floundered a little bit to my eye. And that speaks to maybe a horse that is definitely more turf meant. They just can't really finish the deal, or maybe he's just limited ability. I much prefer the 4 Gimme Back My Bullets over this horse. He just ran a much faster figures consistently. You know, if you look at his dirt figure 43, that's Give Me Back My Bullets' worst dirt figure.
And here is the 4 who you would expect. Again, should be leading the way the track's been playing today. It's certainly in his benefit. But can he get the mile? We will find out. That's the question with him. 3-1. Kendrick Carmouche will be aboard. Going to get those blinkers on, too. He should be forward in this spot. It's been a good place to be today. May this be the one. We'll kick off our post-parade. Mark Hennig. Jorge Vargas Jr. stretching back out.
Yeah, stretching back out. His one lone turf try was going further, and it was good. But was it turf or the distance? I think it was turf.
So here's the favorite. Sense a Giant, 6-5. Pletcher, Aran Ortiz Jr.
Short price for a horse whose one lone dirt race leaves a lot to be desired. Interesting fact about this horse, the grandmother, Moonlight and Beauty, was trained by Rick Schasberg, ridden by yours truly.
We're going to see another horse ridden by yours truly in a moment. Salty Air, blinkers on. Jalon Samuel.
Yeah, a couple of the sprints were okay, and the last 2 races stretching were not very good.
Kendrick on Give Me Back My Bullets, a speedster.
Makes a lot of sense. Stretching out, adding blinkers on a track that's favoring speed.
Red Jet went by Heeman Harkey at 13-1. Here is the 6, Makart.
Also stretching out and has laid up close enough. Maybe this is the horse that puts some pressure on.
Reunion Tour outside. Matty Olver.
Well, you get a 10-pound apprentice, and I always talk about it. 10-pound apprentices win on long shots because they're enthusiastic. This horse is 0 for 20, though. I'm going to look elsewhere.
And here's the 4 getting that patented Kendrick Carmouche warm-up. Give Me Back My Bullets, sprinter, stretching out, blinkers going on, has showed sprint speed in the past. How far do you expect to see this horse open up on this group?
Well, I think he'll be at least a length and a half, 2 lengths in front. You know, Kendrick's not going to try to bottom out the field, but Kendrick's a guy that allows horses to use their stride. And I think with the addition of blinkers, stretching out in distance, and certainly the way he warmed him up, I expect him to be on the lead.
Second choice now at 5-2. Give Me Back My Bullets with Kendrick on board as we get set for the late pick 5. Let's go back to Maggie.
Greg, this is crazy. To me, Give Me Back My Bullets should be 6-5. He just drifted back up again. I will eat my hat. Not really, but I like this hat too much. Sense of a Giant wins here. I just don't see how he makes more sense in this spot than Give Me Back My Bullets. But let's take a look at some horses that might offer a little bit more value. Number 1, May This Be the One. well, maybe stretching out in distance, because this is a big, burly, rangy son of Laoban, where his only 2 tries on the dirt have been going short, and now he's stretching out. He's awfully sharp. So not that he has shown much speed going shorter, even in his route turf race. I feel like he's going to lay closer than what we've seen from him in the past, and he looks sensational. Second off of a layoff, just fitter and stronger. He can make some noise here at 12-1. McCart, as you guys were saying, should be laying closer, and didn't get away that well. 2 back and coming off a bit of a layoff, and he's getting a big warm-up from Jose Ortiz, and he looked the part in the paddock. I don't mind him getting back to a mile. He's taking a lot of money, actually, Greg. He's 3-1 now.
All right, Maggie, thank you. Minute to post coming up. This kicks off the pick 5. 6-5. It's connections money with this too, huh?
Well, I think so. And also people see one dirt try. It was the second, albeit, again, off the turf for a lot of horses that maybe just really didn't care for the surface. At that price, I'm definitely looking elsewhere. Obviously, the 4 is my selection. He's coming down in price now, though, down to 2-1.
Cigar Mile Challenge. Registration open for this Saturday's contest. $5,000 seated prize pool. You just saw the promo. Registration closes Friday, 5 Eastern, NYRA.com/contest. Good luck to everybody getting involved. So pick 5 coming up in this spot in here. And, going forward, I think in all these races, it behooves you to look at who is the horses that, have ability to be on the lead or at least very, very close to it.
And let's add into this into the equation. Lower level horses, to me, are more easily discouraged. So if you're the one in front, they're in chase mode. They're off the bridle trying to catch you. Also, they've got to contend with kickback, potentially have to contend with traffic. And just that factor of being discouraged, trying hard to catch a horse and not cutting into a margin. I liken it to when I ran track. I wasn't that fast. If I ran against a kid much faster than me, if I'm running as fast as I can and I can't gain, you have a tendency to cave in, don't you?
Yeah, I think that's the good point about it is the lower level, the class is not there, even more so.
Well, we talk about horses being herd animals, and some are herd leaders, and some are followers. Now, lower level horses, if someone basically asserts their dominance, and speed is a good thing to kind of use to assert that, it becomes part of the mental game of this.
Saw where to get signed up and started. You can play this Pick 5 with NYRA Bets, match 200. That code to use at sign up. Pick 5 pool nearing 200,000 on this Thursday afternoon here at South Ozone Park. Cigar Mile weekend coming up on Saturday. Forecast, by the way, looking for potentially some weather. It looks like a very good chance of rain on Saturday.
Well, we've got brilliant sunshine today. Let's hope that the weatherman calls the wrong shot there.
It's been known to happen. And up and over that 200 grand mark now in this Pick 5 pool. Even money to make the 2 that price. I cannot believe this attention here.
Yeah, the interesting thing is, right, that Irad Ortiz Jr. definitely, his horses get overbet.
He moves the board.
And then more times than not, he delivers.
This horse should not be 6-5.
No, I agree with you. I like the 4. Give me back my bullets. Sense of Giant certainly is a contender, but huge disparity in price.
Meanwhile, may this be the one. Jorge Vargas Jr., Mark Hennig. This one will stretch out as well. This horse has been nowhere near the front in a couple of dirt sprints. Vargas was on board last time.
He doesn't seem to be very handy away from the gate either. His first step or 2 isn't his best step, and now that's compounded with the fact that he has post 1. And I always liken it to you're inside. Those speed horses from the outside are going to kind of come down like a wave at the beach and curl around you. And now you're getting dirt in your face, or if you're at the beach, getting thrown around, sand kicked in your face.
6-5 favoritism. This one right here, Sense a Giant, the 2 stepping in with a Rat Ortiz Jr. for Pletcher. But the 4 at 9-5, the one to catch, the one to beat. And we all like this one as well, stretching out. We'll see if speed holds here to kick off this late pick 5 on the Thursday card. Let's go upstairs to John Imbrial for the call.
Waiting now for Red Jet, Macart, and Reunion Tour. Macart moves in and waiting for number 8 Reunion Tour to complete the field. And they are in the gate. And they're off. Gimme back my bullets. Away well. Macart, far outside Reunion Tour. And then we come back to Red Jet, who is racing in 4th. Salty Air looks to advance now from 5th, and it's Sense a Giant. May this be the one. Trails the field in 7th as they cross over now to the main track. Gimme back my bullets leads here by a length. Macart on the outside is in 2nd by almost 2 lengths now. And then it is Reunion Tour with Red Jet in between horses. Sense a Giant is down at the rail. Right alongside is Salty Air. May this be the one is at the back. The quarter 23 and 3/5 seconds. Gimme back my bullets leads by almost 2 lengths. Macart along with Sense a Giant, and in between those two, Red Jet. The half in 47 and 4. Gimme back my bullets continues to lead as they go into the far turn. Gimme back my bullets by 2.5 lengths. And now there goes Reunion Tour on the outside to move into 2nd. Reunion Tour, the long shot, has taken 2nd. Macart back running in 3rd. Sense a Giant is down at the rail as they come for the quarter pole. Gimme back my bullets with the lead over Reunion Tour off the turn and into the stretch. Gimme back my bullets opens up by 4. Reunion Tour running in 2nd. And then Macart in 3rd, followed by Red Jet and a Sense a Giant. It is Gimme back my bullets in front. There's a 16th to the finish. Reunion Tour and Macart giving chase 2nd and 3rd, and it's Gimme back my bullets. The winner here decisively by almost 6. Reunion Tour was 2nd, then Macart and Red Jet.
Gimme back my bullets, got to the front, was going comfortably, and this was easy.
Basically was a winner every step. Broke out of the gate sharply, got very comfortable down the backstretch on the lead. You could see his ears going back and forth. It meant that he was going easily within himself. And listen, he was the best horse, but this is how you ride a front runner. This was a running ride clinic from Kendrick Carmouche, playing cat and mouse, letting out a notch, discouraging your rivals. And how about Maddie Olver on the 8 Reunion Tour, getting a lot of run out of another long shot. She's now hit the board in several of her outs. This is her 3rd second from 9 starts with horses at big price. Horses are running for her. Tactically, she's starting to see a race, 23-1 underneath for Reunion Tour. And a nice effort from that horse and Maddie Olver, but no doubt about the winner. Give me back my bullets easily.
Owned by Bob Bone, one of the good guys in this game. Good for him. Love to see him win. Rob Atras with the victory, and Kendrick does his job. Put this horse in front on the lead, gate to wire, and that has been the place to be today.
Place to be, and the horse stretching out, does it easily, got very comfortable. This was a strong effort by this horse. The final time was good, 139.64 for this level of horse.
Maiden Breaker getting a mile for the first time after exclusively sprinting first 5 starts of his career. So Rob Atras, Kendrick Carmouche team up as the second choice here at 8-5. We'll have the prices for you when we come back. We'll get into the late pick 4 as well. And it's cigar weekend ahead, so we'll look back on the incomparable. Great one. 16 in a row. The story of that streak when we come back. Stay with us.
you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Nairo Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Nairo Bets. Giddy up. Game of Silks is coming this December.
The return of Sunday Silence.
Sunday Silence surges to the front. It's Yoshida in front. Yoshida takes charge at the top of the stretch, and Yoshida wins the Turf Classic.
Here comes Yoshida, storming home in the center with Gunnevera. Yoshida! Yoshida has won the Woodward.
The perfect balance. Yoshida.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than America'sBestRacing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. America'sBestRacing.net is a sport for you. Live it, love it, bet it.
We are back on America's Day of the Races on our FS2 coverage. Thanks for being with us on Cigar Mile Week. Late Pick 5 underway. Program brought to you in part by the Champion Run Happy. Outstanding legendary stall number 1, Claiborne Farm. Kendrick Carmouche. High fives all around. Well-deserved here. Puts his horse in front. Gate to wire on the stretch-out win with the blinkers on.
Nice effort by Gimme Back My Bullets. Gate to wire at $5.50 as your second choice. And Matty Olver rounded out your exactor for $20 for a buck.
486 early pick 5, just over 1,400. Well done if you had that. Let's head downstairs to Maggie.
Here with Kendrick Carmouche. I've had fun interviews today, and Kendrick, obviously, always one of those. Give me back my bullets. I think the plan was simple, Kendrick, given the way the track was and the dynamics of this race on paper.
Yeah, I mean, Rob just had got this filly back from Finger Lakes from Paul Barrow last time. I told him she was acting up a lot in the gates last time, so I really never got a good break last time. But she stayed steady the whole race, never got beat that far, you know. And I just figured we put some blinkers on her, she wouldn't move around so much and watch me or the gate guy in there. And today she came out like a bullet, and she done the rest on her own, you know. I'm just glad that trainers trust me enough and believe in me enough to know that, you know, I'm trying to work for the team, you know. I'm trying to get both of us to the winner's circle, and that proved today that Rob and the owner, you know, they're good listeners and they want to become winners with me, you know, so that's always a plus.
And two, you know, I find horses that when they're trying to stretch out for the first time, when they have that kind of even grinding running style, going shorter, it usually translates well to going longer. Do you agree?
Yes, I totally agree. Going 6 furlongs, you know, it's very hard, you know. People think some horses got to be sprinters because the way they look, but, you know, it don't always go like that, you know. I think horses that run pretty even, if you get them in their stride going longer, you can't beat them. And that was proven today. It don't always happen that way because, you know, they have sometimes better horses in the race that's going to push you to make you do different fractions. But today she had easy fractions, and it worked out for us.
Well, one that you're going to be hoping to do the same thing on in the Go for One is Battle Blank for Rob Atras as well, and she's looking for her 4th win in a row. And she did get things her own way, I must say, last time out. But what about not having the lead? As though there looks as though there's faster horses in this race on Saturday. Can she adapt?
I'm sure she can adapt, but they're going to have to prove me that otherwise that they faster than her, you know. I'm not going to change what I do. I think what she's been doing the last 4 starts, being close to the pace, it made her a winner, you know. So they're going to have to adapt to what I want. I'm breaking out the inside hole, so, you know, I'm going to see if we can dictate the pace from there.
I like it. Man with the plan. Congratulations out here today.
Thank you, Max.
All right, give me back my bullets. Gate to wire winner, and Greg Kendrick's looking to employ the same thing in the Go for One handicap coming up this Saturday.
Leading rider at this meet, still going strong. Good for Kendrick Carmouche. Battle Bling, who Maggie asked about, by the way, grade 3 Go for One on that Cigar Mile undercard. She has gotten really good for Rob Atras. 3 wins her last 3 starts at 3 different racetracks.
Yeah, and has shown improved speed. And I like what Kendrick said. they're going to have to show me. They're going to have to outrun me. He's not going to leave the gate thinking, well, if someone outruns me, I'll follow them. He's going to let her run away from there, and if they want it, they're going to have to earn it. That's, to me, that's how guys ride aggressively.
Yeah. And she has not typically had to be on the lead to win. I know she's been a lot closer than she's been successful of late, but versatile type of running style.
Yeah, but she's a little bit one pace, so better to rely on her stamina than her turn of foot.
That is coming up, race 8 on the card. Fillies Mares Grade 3 Goad for Wand on Saturday. Late pick 5 underway with a slight second choice. Give me back my bullets. Gate to wire for the win to kick off the pick 5 sequence. So a favorite defeated. We move on to race number 6. And it's for non-winners of 2 lifetime. $16,000 tag. 6.5 furlong sprint. And look, we've talked about speed. Is it the 4 or the 9 who gets to the front in here?
Well, it feels to me like the 4. She's a Raging Cajun, has more natural speed. And you know Irad Ortiz Jr. is tuned in to how the racetrack's playing. And he's also inside the other speed. I think that kind of seals the deal. I expect him to be aggressive.
All right, we'll have more on this race coming up in a moment. We'll kick off again this late pick 4, of course, Cigar Mile weekend. Big one coming up on Saturday. That is our ABR race of the week. Unraced as a 2-year-old, Cigar came to Bill Mott in his 4-year-old campaign, and after 4 unsuccessful starts on the grass, Mott and his team decided to go back to the beginnings with Cigar, where he broke his maiden in the second start of his career on dirt. That result equaled one of the great streaks in horse racing history.
For every great champion, there is a unique story. And for 2-time Horse of the Year Cigar, his road to glory began in his 5th start for Hall of Fame trainer Bill Mott, who believed the Maryland-bred son of Palace Music had more talent than he had shown in 11 straight grass races.
The last time he had run on the turf, I think Julie Crone had ridden him and said, well, he galloped back good on the dirt. And I said, well, maybe it's time we try the dirt. So we were over here in October, and we really didn't know what to expect. He reeled off some pretty fast fractions, but he just kept widening his margin, and then came back about a month later and won the Naira Mile.
Cigar running a monstrous race today. Beat Double is due by 6 lengths.
Cigar would go on to win 14 more consecutive races, but possibly his most impressive and memorable performance came in the 1995 Breeders' Cup Classic.
It was a sloppy track, and I didn't know what to expect. I mean, he had never run in the mud before. Now we're facing a new challenge, and Jerry Bailey's holding on to him, waiting for him to go, and when he released him, I mean, he just, like you shot him out of a cannon.
Cigar! Cigar makes his move, and he sweeps to the lead with a dramatic rush, a quarter of a mile between Cigar and a perfect season. Jerry Bailey calls on Cigar for everything he has, and here he is, the incomparable, invincible, unbeatable Cigar!
Throughout his mighty 2-year reign as the best horse in America, if not the world, Cigar not only won the admiration of the most avid racing fan, but also captured the attention of the general public and made them fans as well.
You know, the great thing about his career was it lasted over a 3-year period. You know, good horses sometimes are limited to 1 year where they hold their form to that top level. It's very difficult to keep any top horse in form for 2 full years. He became such a fan favorite, and he was America's horse. You know, Mr. Paulson's colors with the red, white, and blue, and we took him everywhere. We took him east, west, we took him abroad. Finally, it got to the point where people were saying, man, let's go see him. Let's just go watch him.
So, when it was announced that Cigar would be retired at the end of the '96 season, Connections made sure that America's racehorse was sent off in style. And what better way to do so than to van him into the middle of Manhattan to the world's most famous arena, Madison Square Garden.
Mrs. Paulson was into the show horse world as well, and they had the National Horse Show at Madison Square Garden, and she said she wanted to take him down there and parade him, and I thought she was absolutely crazy. But as it worked out, Bailey and I skipped the races that day. We both rode down on the horse van with him, and it really turned out to be probably one of the greatest experiences I've ever had. We brought him in and they turned the spotlight on him. I mean, everybody stood up and It was exciting for me, and I think everybody that had ever worked around him and seen him for that matter.
What an incredible streak, 16 in a row. And you had a chance, Mig, to go up against him a few times during that streak. What was it like, and what was the hype machine like at that time?
Yeah, I chased him a couple of different times, and he really attracted fans because of the longevity. That's just what Bill Mott was saying about his, that form, holding that form for 3 years. I rode Golden Larch for Michael Hushin and Barry Schwartz and was third back-to-back years in the Woodward Stakes to Cigar. But no match for him, but at least we got graded stakes placing and a decent slice of the purse. But Cigar was incredible, and Mike Smith rode him in the allowance race starting the streak here, and he was very impressive. Mike had been the regular rider for Devil Is Due, Alan Jerkins, so he stuck with Devil Is Due in the Naira Mile, now the Cigar Mile, and the rest is history. But Mike would like to say he rode Cigar when he was still just a cigarette.
Yeah, I think most would have made that choice. He was a 5-time Grade 1 winner that he decided to stay with, but had ridden Cigar before. There's always those ones. It's like the actors that turn down roles and later regret it.
Well, and also Mike also had Holy Bull at the time too, who unfortunately when they hooked up in, I believe, the Don handicap at Gulfstream Park, Holy Bull pulled up bad that day, went on to a stud career. But how could he read the future and know that Cigar was going to go on and reel off 16 consecutive victories? And Jerry Bailey rode him flawlessly. You want to talk about a perfect match made in heaven. Having a horse that has natural ability and speed, but Jerry taking advantage and always getting his position going forward, having him in the right spots.
Going to have the race named in his honor coming up this Saturday, one of the final Grade 1s of the year anywhere in our sport, and we hope you join us this weekend. We're going to take a timeout. Late Pick 4 coming up next on our FS2 coverage. That likely the one to try and run down on the front end. She's a Ragin' Cajun 2 sprints. Should be the quickest in this field. Been off since June, however. Now with Orlando Noto. We'll be back.
His baby's very precocious looking. That's what I'm trying to buy, is a precocious looking horse to resell. That's what we do. That's part of our pinhooking game, and a bunch of them have all fit the bill. I probably vetted 10 of them and haven't got one bought for what I wanted to buy it for. What I thought I could, make a profit margin on. So they're bringing in user prices, and I think that's great for the stallion.
Volatile, victorious in the Vanderbilt.
Back on America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part where you can play it all at Naira Bets. Get signed up, started at NairaBets.com or on the Naira Bets app, and bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Late Pick 4 is next on this Thursday card. is 6th here at Aqueduct. 6.5 furlong sprint. Non-winners at 2 lifetime, and that is our current favorite, Big Bean Christine. Dylan Davis will ride. Took her 14 starts to finally break through and get that maiden win. It came on this racetrack finally back on November 12th, excuse me.
You know, with a relentless rally from just off the pace. She was stalking throughout. Just feels like her last 3 races were all good. Like she hit a good form cycle. She had been close in some others previous to that. And maybe she falls in the right spot here, trying winners for the first time. You know, there's questions about the 4. She's a Raging Cajun. You know, just off the layoff, 6.5 furlongs, another 16th to work with. The 9 Predetermined should have some speed chasing. You know, I definitely think it's an advantage to be close, though.
Yeah, she'll be up against it from that standpoint. We start with a 2 who inherits the rail. Crystal Orb, 1 for 31.
Yeah, turning back in distance and moving up in class from 6,250 to 16,000.
Cut back in distance for the 3 Simple Sugar. Here's the 4, maybe the speed of the speed.
Yeah, it looks like she should shake loose. She just looks naturally the quickest.
Handle the Truth. This rider won earlier on the card.
Yeah, 7-pound apprentice, got his first win here. And listen, kids, to me, horses feed on their enthusiasm.
Lemon Taffy, 13 to 1.
Yeah, getting back to dirt after predominantly racing on the turf more recently.
Did not run at all in a couple of dirt starts. The 7, Big Bean Christine, still favored.
Yeah, last race points are out. Good buyer figure and a relentless rally.
Merger of equals, blinkers off after they put on for 1 race.
Yeah, I guess that experiment failed. They go back. I mean, she ran some okay races early in her career. She's going to have to find one of her better races.
Speed off a layoff last out for Predetermined at this level, and then was a distant second, but this one likely to want to try and challenge Rad on the 4.
And Game Theory came back and won earlier today, the filly that beat her last time, so it kind of points out that race was legit.
And getting that warm-up now from Heeman Harkey, a rider you can usually count on to take advantage when he has a horse with speed, and his filly certainly does here. 7-2, Predetermined from the outside. You can earn a $10 bonus today by playing with Naira Bets. Bet $100 on Yonkers today. You'll get that $10 bonus whether you win or lose. All you have to do is opt in, so don't forget to do that at NairaBets.com. Opt in and get that bonus in your account just for playing. Pick 4 starts here. Non-winners at 2 life, 6.5 furlong sprint. And the questions with the 4, hasn't raced since June. The win came first time out, very low level, 12,000 maiden claiming group at Gulfstream.
Yeah, the track that generally favors speed. You know, one thing watching this, her lingering on her left lead, looked like she was trying to get out a little bit around the turn. You can see the rider constantly correcting her there. It's kind of like a little bit of that paddling action. And that's just going to hang on that left lead, but nobody's really gaining. I mean, the horse ran up outside of her. Bet on Drama just couldn't get by. But if she's lingering on her left lead today, going 6.5 furlongs here, that could be a problem.
And fair to ask at that, bottom level, was there anything behind her? Got it done though first time out. Showed speed again next start and then backed up. We haven't seen her since. That was mid-June. Let's go back down to Maggie.
Your reservations are correct here, Greg, with regards to number 4. She's a Raging Cajun. Look, she has the running style, though, that would and could be successful on this racetrack that we have today. So I wouldn't completely discredit her, but I do agree that the board's right and that Big Bean Christine should be the favorite here. She does look best. Now, I did not necessarily love what I saw from She's a Raging Cajun in the paddock. She's a bit small, a little bit on the kind of just meager side in that she looks fit, but she just looks as though she needs to strengthen. She did elevate a bit, though, watching her warm up. She's actually moving very, very well out there, despite wearing the front wraps coming back here for this second try against winners. So she's dangerous, but like I said, just from the overall standpoint of things, I did prefer Big Bean Christine. Taking a look at number 8, Merger of Equals, who at times has run fast enough to be fairly competitive here. She did get a little hot in the paddock, but overall, I like what I'm seeing from her. Just strong, great coat to her as well as she tries this non-2 for 16 level again. But last time out, a mile is just too far for her. So this is a much better distance going the 6, albeit and a half furlongs. So I just think she's a little bit intriguing getting the blinkers off today. She didn't react well to them and getting back to her preferred distance. Greg.
All right, Maggie, thank you. Talked about when we first started looking at this race, the 2 primary speeds, obviously the 4. And then there's this horse, Predetermined on the outside. Heeman Harkey, turf to dirt back on October 13th, showed speed again, and that's kind of how this filly broke her maiden in the debut at Keeneland. I don't know if she's gotten back to that number, maybe not the same since going to the bench. We expect to see her forward, though.
I think she'll be forward. You saw the warm-up she received from Heeman Harkey, really kind of left the pony and blasted off early. Outside post, I think, helps her. I do think she's the one following She's a Raging Cajun, and then if She's a Raging Cajun it does tire or can't continue to carry her speed, I think she's going to be in the opportune spot to take advantage of it. Now, I always talk about horses' form being a little bit dirtied up. Her turf race, she hated the turf, obviously. She lost her action. The start previous to that was a much tougher group in a starter allowance race. But if you look at all her races when she's been in similar type companies, they're all good. If you could eliminate those 2 races out of her form, suddenly she looks much closer to being one of the favorites than she does being your 3rd choice. Listen, I do think Big Bean Christine is much the horse to beat, but I think tactically the 9 Predetermined might have a little bit of a tactical advantage.
Yeah, might be tough the way this track's playing today for Big Bean Christine, even if she is best to get it done here. But maybe she's going to be just too good for this group. We'll find out coming up here. And then we'll see how far Arad can go on She's a Raging Cajun and if she has those issues again swapping leads.
Yeah, I do think, though, Heeman Harkey, he can't get in a hard chase of the 4. You've got to let your filly run out of there, get your position going forward. And if she gets away from you, if you go on the hard chase, you're going to get yourself drunk chasing her. You've got to hope that she's not going to be able to finish the deal going 6.5 and just put yourself in a position to take advantage of it, but don't use your horse up completely.
Public betting Big Bean Christine like she can't lose. Even money right now on the 7 in here. Took her 14 starts to break her maiden. Finally broke through back on November 12th, that race we showed you. See if she can do it right back. First try against winners. Let's go upstairs. John Imbrial, the call.
And they're off. Predetermined, away well from the extreme outside, but there goes She's a Raging Cajun right to the lead. Handle the Truth is racing in 2nd. Simple Sugar now moves right alongside, and on the outside is Big Bean Christine. Then comes Crystal Orb, who's racing in 5th. Predetermined back in 6th, followed by Lemon Taffy, and Merger of Equals trails the field in 8th. She's a Raging Cajun ran the opening quarter mile in 22-4 and leads now by 2 lengths. Simple Sugar on the outside is Big Bean Christine, and down at the rail is Crystal Orb. Big Bean Christine takes 2nd and now is going after She's a Raging Cajun. She's a Raging Cajun and Big Bean Christine, they hook up coming to the top of the stretch. In behind, Crystal Orb and Simple Sugar, and farther back is Predetermined, who has now moved into 5th, and now Big Bean Christine has taken the lead, the half 46-4. Big Bean Christine is the leader. Simple Sugar moves up on the outside of She's a Raging Cajun, and then Crystal Orb in 4th. Big Bean Christine leads by a length and a half. Simple Sugar is running in 2nd. It is Big Bean Christine holding on to the lead, and Big Bean Christine wins another one here at Aqueduct with Simple Sugar racing in 2nd. It was a big break. Back to Crystal Orb in 3rd.
Oh, for her first 13. Now she's won back-to-back starts. Big Bean Christine at even money to kick off the pick 4.
And being forwardly placed, big advantage. Dylan Davis was aggressive, had her right in the right spot, made a little bit of that brush move around the turn. Again, hoping that the track's going to carry you. Simple Sugar was up close, ran very well all the way to the wire. She's a Raging Cajun did tire a bit late. And how about the 3, Crystal Orb at 57-1. Rounding out your try with Maddie Over aboard, another long shot that she's gotten to overperform.
7-3-2-4, and for Predetermined, who we thought was the other speed, was probably going to track this 4 early. Didn't see much early out of this horse and backed up out of complete contention early on.
Now the 9 Predetermined broke sharply and honestly just never looked like she was traveling. Heeman Harkey asked her to be involved early, and she just really looked flat today. No excuses as far as the ride. She just didn't show up, and Big Bean Christine decided last time she liked going to the winner's circle, getting her picture taken, and comes right back. Makes it 2 for 2 in the most recent starts and 2 for 15 in the lifetime.
Wins at a short price, right back in the winner's circle. Big Bean Christine, back-to-back victories. Kicks off this pick 4. And a formful beginning to the late pick 5. All the prices for you when we come back. We'll look ahead to the weekend. Malathaat's full sister looking to follow in her footsteps with a Demoiselle victory this Saturday. She was impressive in her debut, and more ground's probably going to be her friend as well, just like it was her sister. We'll be back.
Irish Hill and Duchess View Stallions, proudly standing the ultra-fast, multiple stakes winning son of Uncle Mo, King for a Day, the only horse to defeat 2019 3-year-old champion Maximum Security.
Well, King for a Day was basically a clone of Uncle Mo. I mean, good speed, the ability to carry it over distance of ground, real professional horse and a really cool horse to train.
Sire maker extraordinaire Uncle Mo, represented in New York by King for a Day. Visit ihdvstallions.com to book your mare today.
We take pride in what we do.
For me, it's more of a passion than actual work. I'm an assistant trainer.
Carpenter.
I'm a peace officer.
I'm a jockey.
I'm a gardener.
I'm a groom.
Clocker.
Assistant starter. Trainer.
ESL teacher.
I love what I do.
There's so many jobs that come together every day. It's a collective effort that really makes this ball go round.
We are New York Racing! I couldn't imagine working anywhere else.
For me, riding horses in the morning is the best thing I can do.
New York Racing helps support my small business.
It's extremely important to the New York economy.
Like my dream come true.
This is like a big family.
We are New York Horse Racing.
Giddy up. Game of Silks is coming this December.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Back with you on America's Day at the Races on our FS2 coverage. Thanks for spending part of your Thursday afternoon with us. Late pick 4 underway. Big Bean Christine, even money favorite. She's reeled off 2 in a row now here at Aqueduct for Michael Catalano. Dylan Davis on board today.
Yeah, in the perfect spot. Dylan had her forward, and she was able to take advantage of that and the fact that she's in just very good form right now.
$4.20 for the win. Let's head downstairs to Maggie.
So pleased to be joined here by Michael and Big Bean Christine. She's rattled off 2 in a row for you. And it's kind of fun to watch her run because it might be at lower levels, but she isn't the quickest out of the gate. But it's like once she gets rolling, she gets this big head of steam.
Yeah, she really likes to dig that last part of the race. And, you know, we've seen that before we claimed her. And she was always a trier. Everybody likes a trier. And, you know, you keep your fingers crossed and hope for the best.
Now, you're no stranger to the Aqueduct circuit, as you just reminded me, winning the Fall Highway last year with Hopeful Treasure. Kind of a horse that burst into the scene here. Very talented sprinter. He's on a comeback trail, though, I understand.
He's on the comeback trail. We're hoping to see him here shortly. He's just starting a series of works at Parks, and probably run him over there and catch maybe some of those races in the middle of the winter.
Now, we see you based at Parks, but you seem to know which horses fit up here. How do you determine, though, when you kind of go through the condition book and look at your shed row, who fits here in New York?
Well, you know, when you're not based in New York, you have the luxury of picking and choosing who you come here with, and that really helps. So try to run horses that are doing real good, that are in very good form, and run them at a level where they can be competitive at, like today.
Well done, you. It certainly has paid off with Big B and Christine. Looking forward to seeing your boy Hopeful Treasure come back soon, but congratulations.
Thank you very much. Have a great day.
And as it's been a great day, guys, I've seen some nice horses win some good races, and Big B and Christine off to a new barn, though, to have dinner tonight.
Yeah, that's the danger. Drop in for 16, and somebody bit and took her. But double your pleasure. You get the win and the claim money.
You know, if you're doing your job as a horseman, as a trainer, you're spotting your horses in places where they can win. And if people aren't claiming horses from you, then you're just not running them in the right spots. And it's easier on the horses when you run them where they can win.
Late pick 5 follow along, formful to this point, even money favorite here in leg number 2 after the slight second choice. Took that first leg, and we have an 8-5 favorite coming up here in race 7. 1-turn mile, New York breds, allowance optional claiming field, Sweet Mystery on the outside. Patrick Quick, Jose Lezcano for Gallagher's Stud, and 2 back. 86 buyer in a win and a mile distance at this racetrack. Points this one out.
Yeah, I like the turn back in distance for her too, and certainly easier than what she faced last time.
Look at the lineup for our Saturday card on Cigar Mile Saturday. Kicks off stakes action with the Grade 2 Demoiselle. This was the coming out party for Malathaat last year, dual champion, soon to be named dual champion. We'll have more of the Demoiselle in a moment.
Two-item limit swings into action on the outside. My Lady Avie just in behind the lead, running in fourth as they come to the last furlong. Two-item limit now charging to the lead. Two-item limit is full of run past the 8th pole. Kingsland left behind in second. Sweet Dreams and My Lady Avie. It is Two-item limit who turns it on through the stretch. What a promising effort here by this filly. Two-item limit up to win by 6 or 7 lengths here.
7 lengths officially in the end. That was the MIG on board. How times have changed, MIG. This was back in 2000. This was the 9th start of her career, winning the Demoiselle. Now we're going to have an odds-on favorite making start number 2 on Saturday.
Yeah, times certainly have changed. Stephen DeMauro, her trainer, did a fantastic job with Two-item limit. Just a nice, comprehensive campaign for her. She won the Tempted, came back in the Demoiselle for Joe Graffio, our owner. And I remember Joe was a little worried about me riding her in the Demoiselle because I had ridden in the Far East or in the Mid East over the weekend and I had to fly back in time to ride her. Got in that morning, and he was worried I wasn't going to be rested enough. As easy as she won, I was plenty rested.
Would go on to get a comely win via DQ, win the Black Eyed Susan as well in the 3-year-old campaign.
Really nice filly, went over $100 million in earnings. And I believe at the time she was the leading Illinois bred of all time. Just a lot of good memories with her. Stephen DeMauro, who's like a brother to me, and owner Joe Graffio. We really enjoyed ourselves with that filly.
This year's edition, Julia Shining, out of Dreaming of Julia, trying to follow in her full sister's footsteps. That, of course, 2-year-old champion filly Malathaat, soon to be named champ again, 3-year-old, I should say, and 4-year-old champ. And she came out really in this race. The first start of her career, I believe she got a 77 buyer in a win. Julia Shining, a 71 buyer in her debut win. This one here, this race reminded me of sort of like Zenyatta, just climbing on the racetrack so far back she wasn't enjoying it, and then just puts in this big, huge closing move.
Honestly, forget buyer figures, forget everything else. You go back and watch the beginning part of this race. When she gets hit with the kickback, she reacts as negatively as a horse can react, completely drops out of the race, has to be taken wide by Louis Saez, and it makes this long, wide, sweeping run to the front and just kept going. A lot of young horses would have reacted that way to the kickback and never got back involved with the race. The fact that she wound up finding her stride and winning, you say distance is going to be her friend. I think she's absolutely going to love that, but she's going to have to take a step forward, but I think there's huge steps forward for her.
Full sister to Malathaat. Yeah, the first thing I thought of when I saw that race, Zenyatta under the lights at Churchill in that race against Blame, who's just not getting over that racetrack, and then kicks in all of a sudden. Obviously, she's nowhere near that talent level. Monday, maybe she could be, who knows. That would be asking a lot, but she has obviously ability and talent she showed in the debut, and with the pedigree she has, big expectations here for her. And again, more ground's probably going to be her friend. Foggy Night, a little more battle tested. She broke her maiden by 11 plus lengths at Parks, and then she was second on the Tempted.
And second best to a very promising prospect in Good Sam, who was just always sitting the trip outside of her. And you're going to see a little bit of histrionics there from Paco Lopez on Foggy Night, jumping heels to the outside. He did lodge a frivolous claim of foul that day and was second best, but she ran extremely well. We saw Butch Reed come in and win the Discovery the other day. He's not a guy who ships in here unless he feels like has legitimate chances. This filly has foundation. This is her 5th start. She's already been around 2 turns, and she gets a good, advantageous inside post.
Meanwhile, Royal Spa, Rudolph Brissett, Joel Rosario will ride. This was the debut at Churchill. Keep your eyes on the beginning of the race.
Yeah, you can see she kind of started popping up in the air, and she lunged out of the starting gate. Not the cleanest of starts there. The fact that she could overcome that kind of start, going 6.5. It wasn't as dramatic as what I saw from Julia Shining, but it was impressive in its own right, because she basically gave the field a head start, and then here she comes with that relentless kind of run.
And that, especially at Churchill Down, it's been tough to win, especially sprinting coming from off the pace on that racetrack.
Yeah, and listen, it's a big ass 6.5 to 1 1/8, just like it is for Julia Shining, going from about 7 furlongs, which is closer to 7.5 furlongs, to 1 1/8. But 6.5 to 1 1/8, an even bigger ask.
Still, with that pedigree, big things expected of Julia Shining. We'll see if we get it on Saturday.
Yeah, she's got big shoes to fill, but her first start, to me, really pointed out the quality she possesses to overcome the trip she had after reacting so negatively to the kickback.
It'll be a fun Saturday here. Points on the line for the Oaks, for the Kentucky Derby as well in the Remsen. And, of course, a Cigar Mile with a couple of really talented 3-year-olds, White Barrio and Zandon, who's the even money favorite in that race, going up against horse making the final start of his career. Meanwhile, 7th at Aqueduct is next. 8-5 favorite. Sweet Mystery. Jose Lezcano will be aboard. Last time going this mile distance, it was here at Aqueduct, and she was dominant. We'll be back.
A Grade 1 winner of nearly $2 million, Silver State hails from the sire line of legendary Claiborne stallion Danzig. And his second dam is full sister to Kentucky Derby winner Monarchos. After winning the Oaklawn Handicap, Silver State defeated Knicks Go in the Grade 1 Metropolitan Handicap. On the board in 12 of 14 starts from ages 2 to 4, his career included a 6-race winning streak. Grade 1 winner Silver State, standing at Claiborne Farm.
We're back at America's Day of the Races, program brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Race 7 up next. 1 turn mile in this New York bred allowance optional claiming field. And there's the filly we showed you going to break. Sweet Mystery, Jose Lezcano. He's been the regular pilot aboard this Daughter of Cupid, who was impressive, winning 2 starts back here with an 86 Beyer speed figure and a win, going a 1 turn mile. Let's go to Acacia Clement, back with us now downstairs.
And we'll start just there, Greg, with Sweet Mystery, who does go back in distance a little bit, which I do think will help her. She is one that does have some good size to her, but going the 9 furlongs like she was last time out, I just really don't think that that's what she wants to do. She got a little bit keen in that race as well, not to mention it was in the Empire Distaff. It looks like Jose Lezcano really had to take a strong hold of her. She was wide late. She just never really seemed like she relaxed nicely in there. And while she had kind of been knocking on the door in her last couple of starts prior to that win, I thought that she broke through with a big effort in that victory back in October. She was one before that who had the tendency to not switch leads in the stretch or to do so very, very late. And I think that that hindered her. Mentally, she's come along as well as physically, and she's been striding out nicely here in the paddock. Good forward energy, but not doing too much. I really do like what I see from Sweet Mystery, and I think this distance is the right spot for her. The number 3, Carragate, also coming out of that Empire Distaff, as she does get a little bit less ground to deal with as well. She didn't break the best last time, and Dylan Davis, who was aboard that day, had asked her to go forward, and she was another one that got a little bit keen and a little bit headstrong, and she is a high energy type of filly. She's always on her toes in the paddock prior, and always can be a little bit nervous sometimes in the gate as well, and it seemed like she just maybe wasn't fully prepared. Didn't break as well in that last start, so I'm willing to give her another chance as well. And while she is getting a little bit wintry in her coat in here, she's maintained her weight very well, as she's had a pretty consistent and long campaign throughout 2022. She looks great once again, especially for this time of the year. The number 1, Sister Linda, is a little bit of the wild card because she's had a couple of very strong races back in May and June, and then her last 2 were just so disappointing. Now, in that last race, she seemed like she was kind of in the chasing spot, took quite a bit of dirt. She just faded. She comes back with another layoff line, not having raced since September, but I have really liked what I see from her here in the paddock. She's a horse that I remember from my notes earlier in the year, she could get pretty washy, pretty hot, and just really kind of revved up and warm prior to her races. I do wish that she was a little bit more tucked up in here, but she's very calm, very relaxed, and maybe the cool weather is doing well by Sister Linda, and we'll see if she can run back to some of those better races she had in the spring, maybe as she's feeling good with these cooler temperatures. Greg?
Acacia, thanks. She's 9-1 from that inside post. Jose Gomez for Michelle Nevin. As you see the riders coming out, going to get a leg up here shortly. 8-5 favorite. Sweet Mystery. Jose Lezcano will ride here. We're going to show you that race 2 back. She actually jumped up into a stakes race off that effort, so big drop here this afternoon. This was the win where she won going a 1 turn mile Belmont and Aqueduct meet.
Yeah, battling with Know-It-All Audrey, who's been in raging form, reeled off, I think, 3 out of her 4 races were victories. And Sweet Mystery just very resolute, held her off the entirety of the stretch. Really nice homebred here for Gallagher Stud out of Fanfire, who was out of Eventail. Rick Schosberg trained her for the Gallagher Stud, was a stakes winner. And Gallagher set up in Columbia County. Marlene Brody, Jerry Brody's wife, has kept it going since he passed in 2001. 520 acres, absolutely beautiful place. And they owned Gallagher Steakhouse in New York City for a long time.
Good eating. Meanwhile, Know-It-All Audrey would have been, since that defeat, has reeled off 2 big wins and would have been the favorite in here, but a scratch. The 7 and 8 both came out. Here's Sister Linda. This is the one Acacia was talking about at 9-1.
Yeah, it was well beaten last time after chasing. Showed a lot of promise earlier on if she can find her best form.
Buston Bay, been first or second in 10 of 24 starts.
Is 1 for 3 at the distance. I still wonder if maybe she's not a little better going shorter, but she did have that 1 big win going a mile.
Carragate should be close to the pace. Javier Castellano.
I think she's very interesting. Also jumping dropping out of that Empire Distaff should be forwardly placed.
5-2 on her. Golden Rocket, Kendra Carmouche at 5-1, taking significant money.
Yeah, but it's been running on the turf. She only had those 2 starts on the dirt. I don't know why she's taking that kind of money.
Yeah, not much form on dirt at all. Courageous Girl has put together back-to-back good figures out of town.
Yeah, and Horatio DePaz, her trainer, has had a tremendous year, kind of a breakout year for him.
By Hubby Hello Money, Bob Dunham, Eric Cancel.
Yeah, feels like she's going to have to find some of the races she had last year when she was in very good form.
And Sweet Mystery here is the 7-5 favorite with Jose Lezcano.
Well placed outside with this Daughter of Cupid. Should be forward, like to turn back to the 1-turn mile for. I thought a 1 1/8 was going to be stretching her, and I feel like not only the company last time, but certainly the 1 1/8 distance was not in her favor.
You can play all the action, including this late pick 3 that starts here with Naira Bets. Get that $200 deposit match sign-up bonus with that promo code MATCH200 for new members at NairaBets.com. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. As you see this 4 getting, this is interesting money. I mean, this horse, the 2 dirt starts showed really nothing.
I'm surprised she's taking the money that she is. I mean, at 5-1, they seem to be betting her off of her turf form.
5-1 with Kendrick. This was on grass. Just missed by a head.
Yeah, and this is what she wants to do on turf, is make that one big late run. She gave Jose Gomez his first stakes win up in Saratoga in the New York Stallion Stakes with that big late kick. Here she is finding her best stride late and finishing, very well. Just, I just don't see how that translates to dirt. That's my question.
I'm with you, but continuing to come down 9-2 right now. Let's go back to Acacia.
And as Richie just mentioned, this Philly Golden Rocket was that first stakes win for Jose Gomez. And I was in the paddock that day and really, to be honest, hadn't given her much of a look. She was a big price and just kind of felt like she didn't totally stack up physically with some of the competition that she was facing that day. She is a smaller, very much of an unassuming, lighter frame type of filly, and she looks much the same in here today. I can't, looking at her in comparison to these, endorse her switching to the main track. But that said, she has been spirited in her warm-up, that kind of patented Kendrick Carmouche warm-up. In fact, she was looking like she had really strong energy out there. And to be fair, in her last couple of races, she has run well and she does have a kick. How does that translate to the main track? I'm not sure. I don't really see her as a dirt horse, but she is one that I think has run some good races, and if anything, she looks like she's doing well by her standards out there on the track today. I think I would have been a lot less forgiving if I hadn't seen her over the summer as well. The number 5, Courageous Girl, though, she is a bigger price than Golden Rocket, and I think that she has a little bit of a look to her. She was 3 wide throughout last time out at Laurel, off of a little bit of a layoff 2 starts back. She didn't break that well. I'm wondering if we see her refine some of her speed in here today. She got a big warm-up from Manny Franco, and I would expect her to be forward. She looked tremendous, as we always see Horacio de Paz's horses look, but her weight looked great, her coat looked great, especially, again, for this time of year with the colder temperatures. But given how she's moving out on the track, I'm thinking if she runs back to some of her races last year here at the Big A, where she was forwardly placed and gets a little bit of a more ground-saving trick than she got last time, she could be intriguing at a big price, Greg.
Yeah, 8-1. I like the fact she's paired up numbers her last couple of starts out of town. That was at Laurel. We'll see if she can do it here. She's a 2-time winner, though, at Aqueduct. We'll see how close Manny puts her in the game.
Yeah, she's getting back with New York breds, this 5-year-old daughter of Bourbon Courage. Listen, Horatio de Paz has really shown his ability as a horseman, and the fact that he's attracted clients like Barry Schwartz and Mike Ryan, it really shows a confidence in him. He's a young guy who I worked horses with him when he was working for Todd Pletcher as an exercise rider. I mean, he thorough horseman who's really learned his trade.
6-5 favorite remains Sweet Mystery here, 2 back. outdueled know-it-all Audrey, who would have been the favorite in this spot.
Yeah, I mean, all of her races are good. Even her first race, she didn't break particularly well, 6.5. She came back with a nice win, reeled off 4 consecutive good races where she was first or second. And then last time a little too far and maybe just a little too tough.
Yeah, Stakes Company, 1 1/8. So drop down in class, cuts back to a mile. A lot to like with Sweet Mystery at 6-5. There's Jose Gomez adjusting those goggles, stepping in on Sister Linda. Second choice, Carrigate, the 3, Javier Castellano. Finally getting away from Let Her Inspire You, who's beat her the last couple of starts. We are set for the 7th. Let's go upstairs. Even money now on the 9. Sweet Mystery. John Imbriel, the call.
Waiting for Courageous Girl, Bye Hubby, Hello Money, and Sweet Mystery. They're all in, and we are set for race 7. And they're off. Bye Hubby, Hello Money. Courageous Girl is right there. Far outside is Sweet Mystery. Bustin' Bay is up close. And Sister Linda now rallies down at the rail as they come off the chute and go to the main track. And there goes Sister Linda up the inside to challenge for the lead, along with Courageous Girl and Sweet Mystery. Just behind is Bustin' Bay in 4th, almost 3 lengths to Bye Hubby, Hello Money, who is now back in 5th, and Carrigate, and the trailer is Golden Rocket in 7th. The quarter went in 23 seconds. Courageous Girl is in between horses. Sister Linda is down at the rail. The favorite, Sweet Mystery, is on the outside. So those 3 are right together, with Bustin' Bay sitting back in 4th. The half in 46 and 1. They head for the turn. Sister Linda, long shot down at the rail by 3/4 of a length. As Sweet Mystery now moves into 2nd, Courageous Girl has dropped out of it, passed there by Bustin' Bay and by Golden Rocket, who is putting in a big move there on the far outside. It is Sister Linda, Golden Rocket, Sweet Mystery in between. 3 of them across at the top of the stretch. And here is Golden Rocket on the outside to challenge Sweet Mystery for the lead. Sister Linda is dropping back down at the rail. Carrigate is in with a chance on the outside, and then Bustin' Bay. It is Sweet Mystery who has come away with the lead. On the outside is Carrigate, who continues to gain. Carrigate takes the lead here in deep stretch, and it will be Carrigate from off the pace to win it. Sweet Mystery was 2nd. Golden Rocket finished 3rd.
Carrigate with the win. Javier Castellano, Mitchell Friedman, 3rd win of her career. For a moment, Golden Rocket, switching back to dirt, was putting in a big move under Kendrick Carmouche.
Well, the money she was taking was justified because she put in this huge run around the far turn, made a half-mile brush, rightfully flattened out a bit late. Carrigate was so patiently handled, got that inside-out trip. You saw Javier kind of let her get into a rhythm down the backstretch when she's in the clear, tucked her in for the turn, tipped out. It was a contested pace, 23, 46, and 2 basically. Sweet Mystery was very game, held off all challenges from the inside or the outside, but Carrigate with that perfect ride gets it done for a very underrated horseman in Mitchell Friedman. Gets it done here with Carrigate, who has been in good form all year. Only her 2nd win, but she's hit the board in 5 other starts. And a nice patient trip. 2nd choice runs down your favorite.
And I know it should be an industry award. It's not. Comeback Rider of the Year. If there was that award, would Javier Castellano be a lock?
Absolutely. I think Javier went through some different things. I don't think he was 100% physically healthy. Then it's always a matter of finding your rhythm, your timing again, coming off of injuries. It's not like team sports. Jockeys are basically on their own to do all their rehab, to get themselves fit. You don't have a team doctor. You don't have a team trainer. You don't have teammates helping pick you up. You don't have a coach. I mean, so it can be a lonely place that you got to battle through. He battled through it in a big way.
5-2 on Carrigate. Castellano for Mitchell Friedman. Richard Greeley owns this filly. Donna Rivera Gate, 3rd win of her career. We'll have the prices for you when we come back. Remsen, we'll go through the history of it when we come back. Mo Donegal went on to 3-year-old success in the Triple Crown last year. The Great Northern Dancer became the first Canadian bred to win the Derby, and not to mention a sire of sires, and Thunder Gulch was crowned a 3-year-old champ after his Triple Crown season.
Standing at Gainesway. How do you become the gold standard in racing partnerships? One partner, one horse, one victory at a time.
Flight line, 20 lengths clear.
Congratulations to all our partners who have made West Point the gold standard for the last 3 decades.
Giddy up. Game of Silks is coming this December.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, the #1 second crop dirt sire of last year, is back and showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, and all weather. A record-breaking sprint champion, Run Happy is also siring winners at all distances, from 7 furlongs to 1.25 miles. A sire whose runners can carry his speed over all distances and all surfaces. Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
We are back on America's Day at the Races. It's brought to you in part by NYRA-Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Get signed up and started on the app or at nyrabets.com. 7th in the books here in South Ozone Park, Carrigate. Javier Castellano, Mitchell Friedman runs on by your favorite Sweet Mystery for the win.
Really nice ride by Javier. Great job by Mitch Savaretti. Mitch cracks me up. He never gets in his own win pictures. He's here. He won't get in his own pictures. Carrigate at 7. I don't know. I mean, it's an old school thing. A lot of them old time trainers wouldn't, but
maybe Acacia can get to the bottom of it. Let's go downstairs.
I'm joined by her jockey, Javier Castellano, who knows Carrigate quite well, and it's all about the horse at the end of the day, as she is a big, long, striding filly, Javier, and she is one going a little bit longer. Just seemed like she really had so much stamina in this race.
Absolutely. I think the way they developed the race, a small field, but they went pretty fast. The first quarter, 23:46, they pick it up pretty quick. I couldn't keep up with the pace. I would like to be more closer to the pace, but the way he followed the race, it's kind of worked out for me because it comes from behind horse. The way he finished, really powerful, strong finish, and galloping out beautiful. I think the way he developed the race is very advanced for my horse.
And now this is a horse that you've ridden several times before, one that's always very energetic prior to the race too, but all business out on the racetrack.
Absolutely. She's kind of horse, kind of a little distracted once in a while, but when he put everything together, he put always great performance.
Of course, we have a big weekend coming up in the Rumson. You'll be riding Il Miracolo for Antonio Sano. I know your first time climbing aboard this 2-year-old, but can you talk a little bit about riding for Antonio? I know one that you've had some success with in the past, and a great trainer, a great guy.
Absolutely. Antonio Sano, a great guy. He's a very good horseman. He knows where the horse will belong. I think he's going to do a good job with the horse. He brings the horse to here with a lot of great potential. I believe he's going to put a great performance. I'm looking forward for Saturday. I think it's a really nice horse. He got good pulse. I think I see how they develop the race, and we take it from there.
We look forward to seeing him. Best of luck this weekend. Congratulations here.
Thanks a lot.
Javier Castellano with the win, as we look forward to seeing which 2-year-olds take a step forward in the Rumson. Maybe we have Antonio's new Guevara.
Yeah, Il Miracolo, Gunrunner, who's going to have that inside post, showed speed in that maiden win last time out. Who's going to step forward? Wide open race. I can't wait. It's going to be fun. Points on the line for next year's Kentucky Derby.
It's a really interesting race. And the Remsen's always been one of my favorite races. 2-year-olds that can get a mile and an eighth this time of year really point out who's going to have a say at the classic distances. A mile and an eighth is not an easy distance for a 2-year-old.
We should just roll the feature right now. You stole my whole lead into the history of the Remsen. We're going to get to it in a minute, though. Well done. Rolled right off the tongue. Up next, this 8th race. An allowance optional claiming field, 1-turn mile. Look at this board. 2-1, 5-1 separates everybody in here.
Wide open affair.
Missy Greer, favorite big figure, but that was on a sloppy racetrack. Can she repeat it? She went gate to wire on that occasion. Manny Franco will be back aboard. Established back in 1904, the Remsen Stakes as recently as last year has been a precursor to the following year's Triple Crown, with Mo Donegal, of course, going on to win the Belmont Stakes. Its primary significance, it is the first race for 2-year-olds going a mile and an eighth.
The Remsen Stakes has played a large role in determining early favoritism for the Triple Crown for more than 6 decades. 6 Remsen winners: Johnstown, Kerryback, Northern Dancer, Pleasant Colony, Gopher Gin, and Thunder Gulch have captured the run for the Roses.
But it's Thunder Gulch winning the Derby. Thunder Gulch wins it by 2.5.
12 winners have won a classic contest, including Phalanx, Damascus, Pine Bluff, and Mo Donegal.
And it will be Mo Donegal to win the Test of the Champion, the Belmont Stakes.
6 Remsen winners, such as Key to the Mint, Plug Nickel, and Honor Code, were crowned champions during subsequent campaigns.
Here comes Honor Code. Here's the wire. Honor Code looked like he got him in the last stride, running down Liam's map in the Whitney.
Java Gold, Coronado's Quest, and Catholic Boy are 3 of the 9 horses to complete the Remsen and Travers double.
Catholic Boy rolls in the run. Happy Travers!
Esposa is the only filly to win the Remsen, which she accomplished in 1934. She's also one of only 6 females to win the Whitney Handicap. 5 Remsen victors: Gray Lag, Damascus, Johnstown, Kerryback, and Northern Dancer are in the Hall of Fame.
Court Vision in out, running Churro on the outside. Oh, they hit it together. 2 times to call. Court Vision, Churro an inch in it.
Remsen winners such as Canadian Hall of Fame member Court Vision and To Honor and Serve have enjoyed brilliant careers with triumphs in marquee events other than classic races.
To Honor and Serve is the winner of the Cigar Mile.
Since its inception, the Remsen Stakes has possessed its own mystique and occupies a unique place in the sport as a showcase for future stars to display their talent.
Always a fun race. I mean, that Mo Donegal race turned out to be quite an event. The top 2 finishers in that race, both going on to be major factors and winners of Triple Crown events the following year. Rich history, obviously, and we'll see early test at who can handle going a mile and an eighth, 9 furlongs.
A demanding distance for young horses. And, I mean, last year's edition obviously showed the quality that came out of the Remsen. And we got Zandon, who's one of your favorites in this weekend's Cigar Mile. So almost a year to the day of his Remsen last year, where he was narrowly beaten. And I think even bothered a little bit in the late stages of that race.
We'll see if he can come back and be the one who gets it done on the Grade 1 Cigar Mile as well, Zandon. Going to be a fun weekend coming up. Points on the line for the Derby and for the Kentucky Oaks and the Demoiselle. But here's the field that is going to line up. Acacia was just talking to Javier Castellano. Your Miracolo for Antonio Sano coming off that gate to wire dominant maiden win. You have Tuskegee Airmen, back-to-back wins from out of town as well. Intriguing edition of the Remsen coming up. We're going to take a timeout. We'll be back. Up next, the feature on our Thursday card. Missy Greer, big win on a wet track. Last time out, gate to wire. Can she do it again on the good going today? Stay with us.
It's 1,000 words fighting back, coming down to the finish. If a picture is worth 1,000 words, this is one stunning picture.
1,000 Words just in front. 1,000 Words wins the Robert B. Lewis.
Honoree P is full out now, second on the outside. And they're coming down to the line, and 1,000 Words has done it.
We are back on America's Day at the Races, our program brought to you in part by legendary Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. Our feature coming up on this Thursday card, 1-turn mile. Allowance optional claiming group and 3-2 favoritism. She's back there somewhere. You can see that saddle tell the 5, Tapped of Fate. Joel Rosario will ride for Christophe Clement. Tap It filly, looking for the 3rd win of her career. Let's head downstairs to Acacia.
We'll get to her in a moment, but kicking things off, Greg, with the number 1, Hoodoo Land, who it does seem that the blinkers have made a difference for this filly, for Shug McGahee. She, like Tap the Faith, had a very high purchase price at $1.4 million, as she is the half-sister to Grade 1 winner Salty, who was very successful on the racetrack for Mark Casse. Now, she, I do think, runs better when she's able to flaunt that early speed, and I also think that a mile is the best distance for her. I've actually only ever seen her once, and that was in her debut, and she was a little bit of a quirky type. She's very calm, very professional here in the paddock, and looking at those blinkers that were added 3 races back, it's a pretty full cup, and it has seemed to put a little bit more focus into her on the racetrack. Her 2 races in the Mid-Atlantic were very good, and with Forest Boyce, who Shug typically does use when he sends horses to run in Maryland, and she has very, very soft hands, and I think that she was able to get Hoodoo Land to relax nicely. So I'll keep my eye on her on the track, but I would expect her to be forward and sharp from that inside post. The number 3, Faraway Love, she's only raced twice here in the U.S. and my first time laying eyes on her. She is a little bit of a smaller type, but she's very angular in the way that she's built. She's not built in that kind of typical sprinter, compact, stout type. She is a little bit more angular in their hindquarters, kind of peek behind as well. So she's one that I think actually suits quite well to go the mile distance. In her last race, she was in that stalking spot. She just kind of in place for me. I don't know if she really has much of a kick to her. She's one that she stacks up fine in here. She certainly could take a step forward. She is pairing back-to-back races together, which I think should be the positive, especially given the fact that Junior Alvarado got a chance to ride her last time out, and hopefully we'll be able to time things with her a little bit more today. As coming out of that same race is the number 5, Tap the Faith, who also will make her second start off the layoff. She is out of Embellish the Lace, who did win the Grade 1 Alabama. She has been accompanied by the lead pony, as you saw, saddling ever since she came in here. She also came in wearing a training saddle, which the Clement barn will often employ to keep horses a little bit more settled and relaxed in the preliminaries. And she's been fine. She's on her toes. She's a little bit sharp in here, but she's not doing anything bad at all. And she's one that has really strengthened up a lot since her last start and seemed to really flourish with that bit of a freshening from July to October, because she was never the type of filly that would carry her weight very well earlier this year and last year. And it seems like with that little bit of a break, now a race under her belt, and the way that she was running to finish behind that dead heat last time out in third, she has put on some muscle mass, which I really do appreciate. We'll see with Joelle Rosario climbing aboard for the first time since her debut if she has indeed taken that needed step forward, Greg.
She had to go into deep waters off a maiden win, didn't she? Second start of her career was last year's Demoiselle against Nest.
Yeah, Nest will be your 3-year-old filly champion this year. After breaking a maiden with a nice effort going a mile where she rallied in the inside. I like what Acacia had to say about her from a physical perspective. You know, sometimes these fillies just kind of need to fill out, grow into themselves. She always seemed like a fairly leggy type of filly, this daughter of Tapit. Obviously fetched a lot of money at auction as a baby, $1.25 million.
About a 4-month layoff till she came back in this race right here. This was late August, the 27th, Belmont and Aqueduct meet. Same condition she's running in for today when she was third.
Yeah, I mean, she kind of made that, to me, a little bit of a long, extended kind of run, while caught just a little bit wide the entire way and just kind of stayed on, you know, resolutely. Goes back to the rider, Joelle Rosario, who is 1 for 1 on her, was aboard for her debut. You see, she just kind of keeps coming. She's a relentless kind of grinder. She keeps at it. Not an ideal trip that day when she was caught wide around the turn.
The way the track's playing today, too, might be up against it pace-wise.
Who do you think the main speed is here? Is it the 4, Missy Greer?
I think it is. I think she has to go.
I mean, we did see Carrigate rally from off the pace last time, but it was pretty much a 4-way scrum up on the lead, and she did get to save ground before tipping out. I thought the one Hoodoo Land was a little bit interesting. You know, this horse took so much money in her first couple of starts, you know, sprinting, so obviously she'd kind of tipped her hand. She had ability. Shug sends her to the Mid-Atlantic. She wins going a 1-turn mile at Laurel, comes back with a 2-turn victory at Pimlico, winds up at Keeneland, where she threw in a subpar effort after being on the lead, now turns back the mile. And we've seen historically Shug McGaughey's horses get better with racing, and he seems to be able to identify what horses need to kind of get those confidence boosters, find the right spots for them, races to build on, if you will. And she is a half to the Grade 1 winner, Salty.
5 to 1, there she is. So break from that inside post, the one filly, daughter of Medaglia d'Oro for the Hall of Famer Shug McGaughey. 3 to 2 favorite, though. Tap the faith in here for Christophe Clement with Rosario. I'm surprised the discrepancy. Well, it's evening out a little bit between the 4 and the 5.
Listen, the 4 has some big efforts, obviously. But last time was the Slob. Do we give that less high marks because of that? She has one on a fast track at Gulfstream going a mile.
Riders up. There's Rosario getting in the irons. Yeah, I just see, in terms of her dirt race, it's just natural progression. I mean, start by start by start. The last 3 times we've seen her, I mean, throw out the Black-Eyed Susan over her head. With the exception of that, she's gotten better.
Yeah, agreed.
We'll see if she can do it again, though, on a track labeled good here this afternoon. Here's our post parade. Hoodoo Land kicks things off for Shug McGaughey.
Well-bred daughter of Medaglia d'Oro. I think could take a step forward. Will need to. You get your apprentice Jose Gomez aboard.
Faraway Love, Bill Mott, 3rd start in the States.
Yeah, I'd say from a physical perspective, I thought the same thing that Acacia was talking about. She seemed just a little bit shorter coupled, more compact.
There's Manny Franco. Missy Greer coming off that big win on a wet track.
Listen, you make great points. I mean, she has kind of paired up good races on the dirt.
Tap the faith, 7 to 5. Favorite Rosario for Christophe Clement.
Oh, major player. I just 7 to 5 seems a little short for me.
Yeah, toned up outside, been almost exclusively on turf of late.
Yeah, but has run 7 times on fast dirt tracks with 2 wins, 2 seconds, and a third. She did win an off the turf at Monmouth on a fast track. Got a good fig. I don't know exactly what she was facing that day.
And a couple of races that she's been effective. One of them she won on dirt, slow paces, but she was somewhat close to those paces as well. 5-1 on Toned Up from that outside slot. You can play this race, all the action. Cigar Mile Saturday program by getting signed up and started with NYRA Bets. That's the offer, that $200 deposit match sign-up bonus with that code for new members, match 200 at NYRABets.com. 8th race feature on this Thursday card. 4 minutes to post as we look again now at horse who favoritism has shifted here to Missy Greer. And Manny Franco will be back aboard on this wet track back on October 2nd. She got the lead. She went gate to wire.
Yeah, listen, she has speed. She's going to be forward on a track that's been kind all day to speed types. Or not that a horse couldn't win from off the pace. We've seen it twice today, but I still think that it's certainly a benefit to have speed. And I don't see a tremendous amount of speed. Hoodoo Land does have some speed, but this really could get very loose.
How aggressive will Manny Franco be on Missy Greer when gate to wire last time out? Let's go back down to Acacia.
And she looks to make it 2 in a row here over this surface, and that was on a wet track. And she is one that kind of has that physical that we often talk about of horses that seem to handle a wet track, that lighter framed type that really kind of skips over it very well. I think in large part, a reason that Connections might have thought that she could handle the turf as well, because her physical kind of looks of that kind. Now, that said, I don't mind her on the main track at all. And here, I don't mind her in this spot. She won and broke her maiden on a fast main track going a mile down at Gulfstream. She certainly fits. One thing I will say, too, is that she is a type that can be really energetic prior to her races. She was a late scratch in Saratoga this summer as she dropped her rider acting up behind the gate. She has acted up a few times loading. I'll keep an eye on her as she gets closer to the starting gate, but she has been so professional. In fact, one of the calmest times I've seen her in the preliminaries in here today. And she, too, does look like she's actually strengthened up off the back of that last win, where she did beat Wasp, who at one time had been a pretty consistent and well thought of runner. The speed, I think that she is faster than Hoodoo Land. We did see the number 6 Toned Up to the outside, get a big warm up, and she's one that I think has the ability to not be too far off of it. She has been running on the turf recently, but she's actually run some okay races on the dirt. And looking through her pedigree, Tim Hills has actually trained some of the siblings as well who have been effective on either surface. And she's not one that looks overly turf to me. She's a big, solid, really, really solid daughter of Tonalist, and she always carries her condition. Again, had a strong warm-up on there, and she's one at a big price that I would venture to say I would, beyond the 2 favorites, the 4 and 5, who I did like best in here, she's probably the one that could potentially be, if you're looking for a value play, to the outside at that nice 7-1 price.
Acacia, thank you. Even money now, as Missy Greer, the 4, becomes the shortest price we've seen during wagering.
Yeah, I think that everybody's gravitating towards her good races and her speed. And, Danny Gargan does a good job. Kind of interesting. I'm going to take a little bit of a price with the outside, the 6 Toned Up. I think she's well drawn. I think she'll be in a good stalking spot. Tim Hills, her conditioner, has trained over 2,000 winners in his career. He's been training winners for as long as I can remember in this game. A guy that quietly, year in, year out, makes the most of his stock, gets it done.
Making the shift here back to dirt after several of the last 4 came on turf, but many more. A couple were washed off. Actually, one that was, and that was the last time she was on dirt. She got a win. That was in Monmouth. She got an 80 buyer doing it, which puts her in range, you would think, of even the even money favorite in here.
Yeah, listen, she's going to have to, I think, probably take a little bit of a step forward, and maybe some of the others might have to take a little bit of a step back. I just don't think she's that far away that I think 7-1 is a price I'm happy with her.
So even money, Missy Greer, we expect her to be forward, and that's going to be one of the storylines, I guess, early on in this race. Does Jose Gomez on Hoodoo Land, the 1, try and put some heat on Missy Greer and not let her get an easy lead all by herself?
I think from the rail, you've always got to be conscious of the fact that you've got to get your position going forward.
She's in good form right now. Missy Greer, the 4, and that's why she's a short-priced favorite. Looking to go back-to-back, pick up the 3rd win of her career. Let's go upstairs. Thursday feature on this card at Aqueduct. Here's John Imbrial.
And they're off. As in the beginning for number 1, Hoodoo Land, and for number 5, Tap the Faith. It is Missy Greer who's out for the early lead. On the outside is a Toned Up. Faraway Love's in between horses. Hoodoo Land now gains, and Tap the Faith is the trailer in 5th. Missy Greer leads here. It's Missy Greer setting the pace in front by a half length. Hoodoo Land has moved into 2nd with Faraway Love on the outside and 3rd in the opening quarter, 23 seconds. 2.5 lengths back to Toned Up. Tap the Faith remains the trailer. Missy Greer, the leader by a length and a quarter. Hoodoo Land giving chase in 2nd. It's another length and a half to Faraway Love in 3rd. Tap the Faith gains a spot into 4th, and Toned Up is now the trailer. Missy Greer ran the half in 46-1 and leads as they go into the far turn. Missy Greer by 2.5 lengths. Hoodoo Land joined on the inside now by Tap the Faith. On the outside is Faraway Love. Toned Up is the trailer. It's Missy Greer in front. Tap the Faith now gains into 2nd as they come for the head of the stretch. It is Missy Greer. She has shown the way right from the start, continues to lead as they head for home. Missy Greer in front. Tap the Faith driving up now on the outside. It's Missy Greer and Tap the Faith, and Toned Up has moved into 3rd and is gaining ground on the far outside. They head for the 16th pole. It's Missy Greer on the inside. Tap the Faith right there. Toned Up on the outside. Tap the Faith has a narrow lead as they come on for the finish, and it is Tap the Faith to win it with Joel Rosario. Then Missy Greer and Toned Up.
Things look good early for Missy Greer, but Joel Rosario, Tap the Faith, come and get her. And the starter at Tap It picks up the 3rd win of her career.
When Hoodoo Land missed the break and Missy Greer broke so sharply and she just had that tactical advantage, it looked like things were going her way. But what about the ride on the 5, Tap the Faith? I mean, Joel Rosario, what a cool customer. He just slid up along the inside around the turn, saved every single inch of ground. And as they were turning for home, it looked like the way Christophe Clement, the trainer, works his horses in the morning. He'll work a horse right behind another horse and tip out, and then they finish together, and she went and got it. Interesting to watch the trip on the 6, Toned Up, who was caught chasing 3-4 wide throughout, wound up dropping back and following Joel Rosario's move and rallied on to be 3rd. And if maybe she had dropped to the inside earlier and Joel had to follow him, the outcome's different. But this was an absolutely beautiful ride from Joel Rosario. We talk about a guy, you know, he's so reliant on his hand ride, uses the crop as sparingly as any rider in North America, only when he absolutely needs it and it's 100% necessary. And this was a really pretty ride. This is a race. Go back and watch just every single move he made, and it made all the difference.
5-4-6. Here in the Thursday feature, this 8th race, Tap the Faith returns to the winner's circle. Christophe Clement, Joel Rosario, Manzanita Stables, and your 2-1 second choice on the board with the victory here in the 8th. Well, the price is for you when we come back. Nightcap still to come. You're watching America's Day at the Races. Reigning Eclipse Award-winning rider Joel Rosario delivering a beauty here.
Proves he's the real deal with a gate-to-wire win in the Florida Derby.
Champion 3-year-old.
Maximum Security has won the TVG.com Haskell Invitational.
11 triple-digit bias.
Maximum Security. He smoked them in the Cigar Mile.
Grade 1 winning 4-year-old.
Maximum Security takes them all the way in the TVG Pacific Classic.
Secure your mare's future. Maximum Security.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Nairo Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Nairo Bets.
Giddy up. Game of Silks is coming this December.
The Factor, a top 10 General Active sire in 2020. His progeny include Grade 1 winner Sistron, Grade 1 winner Noted and Quoted, Grade 2 winner Factor This, and Grade 2 winner Charmaine's Mia. With dozens of 6-digit yearling sales, he's a proven sire on the track and in the sales ring. The Factor, a leader of his generation, standing at Lane's End.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
We are back. Thanks for being with us here on America's Day at the Races on our FS2 coverage. It is brought to you in part by Hillendale at Alap, our feature race in the books. Nightcap still to come. It was Tap the Faith. Joel Rosario on the 5 filly, up for the win. Second off a short layoff, winning for the Christophe Clement barn at 2-1.
Beautiful ride, saved all the ground. We've seen horses be able to rally from off the pace, but the thing they had in common was saving ground before tipping out.
5-4-6 finish. Let's head downstairs to Acacia.
Very pleased to be joined by Joel Rosario, Tap the Faith. And Joel, she was at the back. You had some pace to run at in here today, but just kind of that steady move. She does have that grinding running style.
Yeah, she did. Exactly like you said. She broke a little tiny slow, and then just, Christophe just told me just, hold them together, let him find his stride, and then she did. And, yeah, 24, it looked like we got him easy, but she kind of take a little bit of time to get there, but she got the job done. That was good.
When you're riding, and it's something we talk about a lot with you, I mean, you never panic, and you're so cool on the back of a horse. But that comes with a lot of preparation, too. There's a million things going through your mind in the stretch.
Of course, always listen to the trainer, what he have to say, to know the horse a little bit, and go from there.
Coming up on Saturday in the Cigar Mile, you're going to be on Zandon, who you rode last time in the Pennsylvania Derby. What were your takeaways with that horse? And he's shown up in some big races this year.
Yeah, he is. He's a very nice horse. We're looking forward and, see what he showed us on Saturday.
He has that big, long stride. What do you think about the one-turn mile here for him?
Yeah, I mean, I think he probably love that, one-turn mile, but we'll see.
We look forward to it. Joel, congratulations here.
Thank you.
Joel Rosario, he never panics, but we know there's a lot going on in his mind, and picking up another winner with Tap the Faith, Greg.
As cool a customer as you're going to find in this sport, Joel Rosario on Tap the Faith, and big mount coming up, and that's Cigar Mile on Zandon.
Yeah, I like the turn back for Zandon. He's only run one turn in his life. That was on debut on 6 furlongs, finished it that day, and then went immediately to a steady diet of 2-turn races where he's run extremely well, but maybe that mile distance will really intensify his late turn of foot.
And set him up for what could be a big 2023 with a lot of the big names in that handicap division no longer around. So it's going to be a fun year to see how it plays out and who steps forward. Maybe Zandon takes that step on Saturday. Late pick 5 follow along. Pool $235,000. Been a formful afternoon to this point with one race still remaining.
Yeah, and we got a pretty wide open affair in the last of 3. Forever Wicked from the Randy Prasad barn, making his 19th start this year, is your favorite down on the inside with Javier Castellano.
Going to close out our Thursday card with this. One-turn mile, condition $14,000 claiming race. 3-year-olds and up who have never won 3, or you could be a 3-year-old and have that 3rd win or more on your resume. And the Met is one who meets those conditions. Do you like who in here?
I like a horse that's a little bit of a price in the 5 spectator list. I think this horse has had some excuses. He was beaten 5 lengths to Forever Wicked last time, but I thought with excuses there as well. And I think he can be forward here in a race that I'm not seeing a tremendous amount of speed, and I think that's a good place to be, particularly with lower level horses. I think he's very interesting at 7-1.
All right, we'll get a look at this field. Panic report as well coming up in a bit. Let's look ahead of the weekend. Points on the line for next year's Kentucky Derby. Grade 2, Remsen, first mile and an 8th test for 2-year-olds in the country. And Tuskegee Airmen brings in An unbeaten resume, 2 for 2, including a stakes win, but out of town. A win in Parks to break his maiden, stakes win at Delaware. Now trying to translate that form here in New York for John Service.
Yeah, I mean, he's got the look of a horse that's, can take another big step forward. He broke his maiden going 7 furlongs in a 14-horse field where he was 8th and rallied through traffic. And then he comes back in a stake going a 2-turn mile at Delaware, a track that's really good at getting horses conditioned. He rallied inside. He looks professional. He's a son of Street Sense. He's trained by John Service, who also trained Smarty Jones, so a guy who knows his way around a good young horse and knows how to, get them to come along, how to prepare them for the longer distances. I think he's a very exciting prospect.
Yeah, just professionally the way he's done it, too. Those first couple of starts, making those moves, moving forward, improved speed figures each of those first 2 starts, slight stretch out.
Yeah, he's taken dirt. He's negotiated traffic. He's run inside. Then he went from 7 furlongs to a mile. Now a mile and 1/8. You like the progression.
Meanwhile, Arctic Arrogance, quick to accuse. They were 1-2 last time out Sleepy Hollow. They will meet again on Saturday in the Remsen. And it was Arctic Arrogance for Linda Rice coming out on top when they met back on October 30th.
Yeah, this homebred for Chester and Mary Broman, son of Frosted. Listen, he's done nothing wrong, and he's fast. He has speed. He puts himself in a race. He's going to create his own trip. Although he might have to deal with some speed around him as well. So I don't know that he's going to get any sort of a free ride where Quick to Accuse has already shown the ability to rally from just off the pace.
Is any reason to think Quick to Accuse can turn the tables?
Only if he gets a pace that would benefit him. He broke his maiden wire to wire, but a very slow pace. I think he's more of a bit of a closing type, which he showed in the Sleepy Hollow. He just came up second best. But I do think you've got a bit more pace signed on here this time, particularly with Prove Right just inside of Arctic Arrogance.
Meanwhile, start number 3 as well for the Danny Gargan runner. John Imbrial actually called this horse WH&L last time out. Jose Ortiz will be aboard. He broke his maiden, a race that was meant to be on the grass. Belmont at Aqueduct came off and won on the slop.
Yeah, and he made a long, sustained drive where if we're talking about distance, you think the 1.8 miles won't be an issue because he kind of made a half-mile grinding kind of run. Now, what exactly was he in against because it wasn't off the turf? That's the question. His first race going 7/8 was good, too. And, again, he kind of was a little bit one pace that day. And a horse named Instant Coffee, who came back and ran extremely well the other day in the Kentucky Jockey Club, wound up winning that. He was chasing him.
Yeah, tough one to face in your debut at Saratoga over the summer. Points on the line to next year's Derby. First test for at a 1.8 miles in here. I'm excited to see Tuskegee Airman, what he does in start number 3.
I am too. He's got a look of a horse that could really be the kind of horse that we're going to, he's going to capture our attention, and we're going to follow him into the Triple Crown next year.
That is coming up on Saturday, Remsen. That is going to kick off the late pick 4, 7th on that Saturday card. On our Cigar Mile Saturday, we're going to take a timeout. Our nightcap coming up. Forever Wicked gets the inside post. Javier Castellano will ride. 2 for 44 lifetime record. It's the 19th start of the year for this horse, looking for his first win. We'll be back.
Here comes Malathaat. Here comes Clariere on the outside. They're coming to the finish, and it's got to be Clariere. Nest, much the best. She won by better than 10 lengths. Cody's Wish on the outside. Cody's Wish with the upset in the Fargo. Malathaat grabs the lead in deep stretch, and Malathaat has won the Personal Ensign Stakes.
Curlin, the classic sire.
We're back on America's Day at the Races. It's brought to you where you can play all the action. NYRA Bets. Go to NYRABets.com. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. We have the nightcap coming up. Going to close out this Thursday card, 1 Turn Mile. This conditioned $14,000 claiming race is the horse we showed you going to break, Forever Wicked. 19th start of the year, trying to get his first win of 2022. Let's head downstairs to Acacia.
And he does keep Javier Castellano for what that's worth, coming off of a second place finish with that rider last time out. And looking at Forever Wicked in here, he is one that is definitely starting to look a little bit wintry. He's gotten very long in the coat, which you will see at this time. And he is one that I will say, looking back at my notes from over the summer, there were a couple times where he hasn't looked great in his coat and his color. He definitely looks, though he's gotten wintry in a longer coat, like he's carrying his weight well. His color looks fine. He's one that maybe is feeling okay as we start to get into these colder temperatures. And for a horse that has raced as consistently as he has, I do appreciate the fact that he's kept his condition on quite well. That second place finish last time out, he broke in a bit and kind of hit his neighbor at the start, was last by several lengths early on, and then he kept running and ran on inside. There was no catching the winner that day, but he ran on. And again, I do think that it's key that Javier Castellano stays. The number 4, Voliero. You do have a high percentage barn and a high percentage jockey, but he is going to the turf, to the dirt, excuse me, after running pretty much consistently on the turf. And you see that off the turf race back in February at Gulfstream, that was on synthetic, so it wasn't actually on the dirt. So it's his first time running on the main track, and he's by Summerfront. The pedigree would suggest much more that turf would kind of be where it's at for him, and he also takes a pretty significant drop in class in here. He looks great. His weight looks tremendous. His coat looks great. It's interesting is he's not an overly turf-looking type of horse. It's just a little bit tough to take a potentially short price on him given the connections on something that he's never done before. It's his first time running on the main track. Looking back at my notes from him, last time out, he got pretty hot in the paddock. Not seeing that from him in here today. He's very relaxed, very calm. I'm intrigued, but again, not something that I'm willing to completely endorse if he's going to be a short price doing something for the first time. Going towards the outside, the number 10, Russian to Win, is a new face coming up from Gulfstream, and while he's one that I have only seen a couple of times in some lower claiming races, I do know that he comes in from Laura Casares' barn, who is a very underrated trainer down in South Florida. She does a terrific job, and her horses always look a picture, and it seems like he's kept that good condition coming up here from the warmer climates to the cooler temperature, and he was feeling fresh in the paddock. Now he does get the front wraps on for the first time, but Jeffrey Engelhardt runs most of his horses in the front wrap, so certainly not a negative, but he has been on his toes. Yes, I really wish that we would have seen a little bit more punch, and you can even see it in the short comment that he just wouldn't go by the inside horse last time out, who was a short price, and they ended up getting beat for second even in that effort. But he was one that did actually break running. He has shown some speed in the past, and he stacks up favorably in here. I like the demeanor that I'm seeing from him in the paddock as well. Hopefully Dylan Davis can get a little bit more from him in the stretch, Greg.
All right, Acacia, thank you. We'll find out. 4-1 right now from that outside post. Russian to Win. Dylan Davis on board for Jeffrey Engelhardt.
Yeah, I think a major player. He's run some good races, and he's got enough speed from the outside to get good position.
That's actually your favorite in the pick 5 here, the 10. $238. It's been a very formful afternoon, especially in this pick 5. With turf racing in the books.
Been pretty chalky this so far, the first 4 legs of the late pick 5.
Yeah, no question. But still, you could put it together. Maybe hit repeat several times. Turned into a profitable day for you this afternoon. Still going to see how this last one plays out coming up as we go back to this horse. Let's take a look at him in action, Russian to Win. He was forward last time at Gulfstream. That was October 16th. Missed by a length and a quarter. 3-year-old looking for his 3rd win. Here is that race down in South Florida.
Yeah, and again, he's coming out of a 7-furlong race. They went very fast early. and he just couldn't get by. He had dead aim. Maybe that's a little bit problematic. Huh? That you feel like he got there and should have finished the deal, but he just kind of ran alongside horses and actually got picked off for second, too, late.
I don't love that start.
Right?
Don't love it. 4-1. We'll see. And, shake things up a little bit. Go to a new barn, go to a new circuit, and sometimes change the scenery can put you over the hump.
Well, absolutely. Also, I've always had a theory. Horses coming out of warmer climes when they get here this time of year, get a little bit of that breeze coming off of the bay over here. It's a little bit cooler. They get that wind under their tail. They perform pretty well.
Meanwhile, here's Spectatorless, who you had spoke about before we went to break. Let's go back to the beginning of that last effort. Bumped hard out of the break here.
Yeah, and a horse that after getting bumped around like that actually rushed up, and wound up in the lead, and that's a lot to do early in a race. Basically, look, he's almost last, and now here he comes and makes up all that ground all in one shot. It's not an easy thing to do. And he led for over a half a mile, and then rightfully caved in, and you would expect him to after that start and to rush up the way he did. I think if he can break a little bit cleaner and Romero Mirage has an opportunity to let him get in a good rhythm, I think he's way too big a price at 7-1. I think he's had excuses.
He's 12-1 morning line, down to 7-1 now. There's his pilot. Romero Mirage will be aboard. And especially if he's able to break clean today. I mean, speed is his game. Who goes with him in this race?
Doesn't it feel like he could get loose here? I think potentially the outside horse, Russian to Win, who showed better speed last time going 7 furlongs in a sharp-paced race.
Maybe the Met stretching out to 7?
Yeah, coming out of sprints very well could as well. But if he breaks clean, you think about the way he made the lead last time. They went the first quarter in 23-1. He had to go 22-4. Young riders, I think, have a propensity to, when a horse doesn't break well, to rush him too much into position. I think you've got to stay, okay, this is the hand I'm dealt. I've got to play this hand. It's not ideal. It's not what I wanted. But you can't make up all that ground in the first eighth of a mile and expect to have anything left.
Speed was dominant early on the card. It's kind of leveled out a little bit. As we start off our post-break, our boy Cheekham, post 3 for Marcus Thompson.
Another horse stretching back out in distance. Feels like he'd have to just reverse his recent form.
Remaining half of the other entry in here, the 2B stays in. Mr. Briggs going to break toward the outside.
Towards the outside. Good barn. The Cantermasis, the last 2 races were okay.
He could be
last time he stopped, but he did show speed.
Yeah, he could be close to the pace as well. Forever Wicked the rail.
Horse that's a deep closer. We've seen horses rally along the inside before tipping out, getting out of the kickback so then they could finish. And he's making his 19th start, so he's a hardy sort.
Big drop in class for the 4. Valero is 3-1 right now, and here's the 5 Spectatorless. Going to try and wire this field potentially.
I just thought at a decent price, he's interesting.
Don't Be Late earned a big figure. Michelle Giangiulio for that last start.
He was only a neck off of Forever Wicked the last time they saw each other.
The Met maybe going to try and press the pace too, stretching out.
Yeah, it could be forward as well for Jeffrey Englehart.
Super Wicked Charm, 42-1.
It would be a surprise.
Loaded Joe as well would be at 28-1.
Yeah, but he does drop in class. My good friend Jess Iglesias, Greg DePrima.
And 3-1, Russian to Win. Dylan Davis aboard for Jeffrey Englehart.
Yeah, I think the money's gravitating there, and rightfully so. This horse has proven dirt form as opposed to the 4 Valero, who, they're the same. He's 5-2, the other one's 3-1. Well, now they're both 3-1, but at least he has proven dirt form.
3 minutes to post here, our nightcap on this Thursday card. There again, Spectatorless with more. Let's go to Acacia.
And Richie, wish you best of luck at 7-1. He's a nice price. I definitely think that Spectatorless is interesting. Could be the controlling speed in here, and he is definitely sharp. He is on his toes, really, really energetic back in the paddock, and he's typically one that can get wound up. But I thought that last time he was really kind of trying to run away with his rider, and hopefully Romero Mirage, who's climbing aboard, to be able to get him to settle a little bit more on the front end. But that speed, a very dangerous weapon in this spot, and had a nice warm-up out on track, and I think with his running style, he's a major player. The number 6, Don't Be Late, is second off the claim for Michelle Giangiulio, and looking at that last race as he kind of was drifting in and out, it seemed, in the stretch. And I wasn't sure if it was him getting leg weary a little bit, or maybe losing some focus, or maybe just a horse that isn't the easiest to handle. I wasn't in the paddock for his last race, so I'm not sure if this is a new equipment change, but he is wearing a Houghton bit and adding some extra pressure with the bar underneath the chin there for horses that do tend to bear in and out. And it seems like it's that equipment in place to give his rider a little bit more control and to keep him on a straight course. And Heeman Harkey, as Richie had pointed out, and I've noticed it as well, he does have soft hands, and he seems to get horses to settle and relax. And I think that combination with the stronger bit and equipment, plus a rider that is a softer type of rider, really could be the key for Don't Be Late. And Heeman's gotten the opportunity to get to know this horse too. So he was a big price last time. He's 5-1 on the board right now, but I thought it was a decent effort. Could have gotten second that day, Forever Wicked running on up the inside. They were only separated by a neck, and this one's a little bit of a stronger price. And I do think that second time for the barn, we could see an improved effort from Don't Be Late.
All right, Acacia, thank you. Minute to post here coming up in our final race on the card here on this Thursday afternoon as we take a look at Forever Wicked, co-favorite at 3-1, although the 4 is the slight top choice on the board. Wow. 3-1 on a 2-for-44 5-year-old who's gone 0-for-18 this year.
Yeah, I mean, it is interesting that Javier Castellano, a Hall of Famer, keeps the mount and, has faith in him. I mean,
he's going to be coming from very far back.
Listen, I understand why he's taking money. He has been in decent form, but 19 starts. Again, he must be a very sound, hardy type of horse. But it's just, there's questions there for me at a short price. I'm going to go elsewhere.
Yeah, I would agree. Meanwhile, the other one at 3-1, Valero, he comes from far out of it as well. I mean, both these two, the 3, the 4, who are the top 2 choices on the board, along with the 10. But the 3 and 4 specifically, they're going to hope for some hot pace up front.
Yeah, and again, we've seen horses rally from off the pace. They'll save ground, move up, and then they all seem to tip out, get out of that dirt thrown in their face.
As far as these guys like to come from, though.
No, I agree.
Today.
And also, what did we talk about earlier? Lower level horses, a little different than horses that maybe, a little bit more quality to them, tend to get a little more discouraged easily.
Now, when you were riding and you noticed a day like this, and you're on a horse that came from so far out, I mean, would you try and engage him a little sooner?
They always try to get horses a little more geared up. At least if they're coming from off the pace, they're going to travel more in the bridle, help you along a little bit instead of being off the bridle floundering.
7-1 on Spectatorless, just stepping in. Can he break clean today and be out in front under Romero Mirage? There's Don't Be Late. Second off the claim, Michelle Giangiulio with a 6, has Heeman Harkey aboard. And the 10, rushing to win, Dylan Davis. We are set for the nightcap. Let's go upstairs. John Imbrial, the call.
You're all in. And they're off. Hesitant beginnings for both Forever Wicked and Russian to Win. The early leader is a Loaded Joe. Spectatorless moves up along with Don't Be Late, so it's 3 of them across. Mr. Briggs is next in 4th, followed by The Met in 5th. It's 3 lengths. Back to Our Boy Cheekham, who runs in 6th. Volieto down towards the rail is in 7th. Then Super Wicked Charm in 8th, followed by Russian to Win. And Forever Wicked trails the field in 10th, the opening quarter, 23-1. So it's a battle up front. Spectatorless down at the rail. Don't Be Late is right alongside. Loaded Joe on the outside. And then we come back to Mr. Briggs, who is racing in a fourth. It's 3 lengths to Volieto, who is down at the rail. The Met is on the outside. And then Russian to Win, who has gained some spots. Super Wicked Charm is in 8th. And farther back it is Forever Wicked and our boy Cheekham. The half in 47-1. Don't Be Late on the outside and Spectatorless on the inside. And the two of them are right together. Volieto continues to gain. Now up into 3rd. Russian to Win has moved into 4th. They turn for home now with Don't Be Late on the outside and Volieto coming on along with Russian to Win. Spectatorless is back running in 4th. Here is Volieto, and here is Russian to Win. Rushing up on the outside to challenge Volieto. It's Russian to Win in front. Volieto in 2nd. Russian to Win. It's a double for Dylan as he takes the finale. Volieto looked like may have held 2nd. It was tight, though, with Forever Wicked.
Russian to Win, the victory did not break well. Neither did Forever Wicked, and we'll go back to it, but credit Javier Castellano. He nearly got 2nd in this race, continued to ride. Bad breaks from both these two.
Yeah, you're going to see the 10 Russian to Win kind of leap in the air at the break, where Forever Wicked, just kind of broke a little slow and took a step in. 2 different kinds of slow breaks. And Forever Wicked was just slow early, far back, and rallied gamely through traffic along the inside.
You had to pick the worst case of those 2 bad breaks. You probably want the inside, right? But it's the outside who gets the win. Russian to Win, Dylan Davis.
Yeah, and listen, he was very logical. He did overcome that start, rallied down the middle of the track. You see Forever Wicked down towards the inside. He's going to duck back in. Nearly got up for 2nd. Valero made that big, wide run around the turn. They're 3 very logical horses, 3 very different trips.
Now, credit both Dylan Davis and Javier Castellano on both the 2 that broke horribly in here and continuing to ride to the wire, both these guys. And they both hit the board, obviously, Russian to Win with the win, Dylan Davis. But Javier Castellano saving ground, getting to the inside, just missing 2nd in here. 3-1, Russian to Win, your top 2 on the board, both claimed out of here. 10-4-3-6 finish. Russian to Win, 3rd win of his career. Coming in from South Florida. All the prices for you when we come back. This was your favorite in the pick 5. We'll have the payoffs coming up in a moment. Thursday card in the books here in South Ozone Park. Stay with us here on America's Day at the Races.
War Dancer. The momentum continues with recent stakes winners on turf and dirt. Dancing Buck going wire to wire in the Grade 3 Belmont Turf.
Dancing Buck has opened up on the field. It is Dancing Buck by a half dozen lengths.
And 2-year-old filly War Saichi with a wire-to-wire win in the Ladyfinger Stakes.
War Saichi asserted her authority immediately out of the starting gate, and she has not relinquished the lead.
War Dancer, the #1 third crop turf sire in North America. Proud to stand in New York.
This season at Oaklawn, we've got more of everything. More of the top thoroughbreds in the world. More days of live racing. And the largest purses in our history. All at a completely reimagined Oaklawn. Come be a part of this historic season at Arkansas's only casino resort.
Giddy up. Game of Silks is coming this December.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, the #1 second crop dirt sire of last year, is back and showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, and all weather. A record-breaking sprint champion, Run Happy is also siring winners at all distances, from 7 furlongs to 1.25 miles. A sire whose runners can carry his speed over all distances and all surfaces. Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
When you enter Gainesway, you can feel the hallowed ground beneath your feet. 1,500 acres of the finest bluegrass land in Kentucky that once housed the famous Green Tree Stud in Whitney Farm.
It's a gorgeous place. When I look around, all I see is work, but it is an absolutely stunning property. Just immaculate looking barns. They're more like churches inside. The woodwork, the stained glass, the stone, the tile. I've said it a million times, if I could come back in my second life, I'd like to be a stallion at Gainesway.
The Gainesway roster of stallions includes the generational sire Tappet and stallions ready to make their mark on the sport. Expectations are high for McKenzie. As Street Sense's best son, McKenzie is a Grade 1 winner at 2, 3, and 4 from distances of 7 furlongs to 1 1/8 miles. He consistently ran the lowest Ragozin figures of any stallion set to retire in 2021.
McKenzie is a stallion prospect. It's the first stallion prospect I was part of at Gainesway. You couldn't be more excited about him. The book of mares he got was unbelievable. So we're really excited about him at Gainesway right now. I felt the mares we got in his first book was a great group. We bred a lot of fast early mares to him. We bred a very nice, well-rounded group of mares that can do anything. So we're going to give him every opportunity.
His first runners debut in 2024. August has been a banner month for Gainesway. On the track, Kira Conti's 3-year-old daughter Spenderella throttled the field in the Grade 1 Del Mar Oaks.
Field sent on their way
to become Kira Conti's first Grade 1 winner.
Spenderella striding away, 4, 5, 6 could not have been more impressive.
In the sales ring, a Gainesway offered yearling topped the leaderboard when a gun runner colt out of Heavenly Love sold for $2.3 million at the Fasig-Tipton Saratoga sale.
$2,300,000.
We've been very fortunate to have the support of a lot of successful breeders who deliver us quality product. We try to present that product the best we can, as professionally as we can. It's our goal to maximize results for our clients. We're all very fortunate to be a part of this place, and I think we all just want to do what we can to ensure that it will carry on for a long time.
Back with you on America's Day at the Races on our FS2 coverage. It's brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Card in the books here in South Ozone Park. And Dylan Davis closing things out, overcoming that poor beginning from the far outside post on Russian to Win.
Yeah, Russian to Win gets it done as much the best in the nightcap after that kind of lunging beginning, and worked out a trip, saved some ground, tipped out to the clear, and finished well. We started out the day with Katie Davis getting a win. We ended the day with her brother Dylan Davis getting a win, and I see Katie back in the winner's circle, now back to riding a little bit after taking time off to have her baby, and I see Amira Shishakli get a win as well.
Yeah. What's going through your mind as a rider in this kind of situation when you were riding? I mean, it's just a range of emotions that are happening. Far outside post, you break poorly from the gate, or are you just so locked into what you have to do? You're just laser focused.
Well, I think, again, it goes back to the fact that you say, well, this isn't how I wanted it. This isn't ideal, but this is the hand I have to play now, and now I've got to be smart and take my time, pick my way along, save ground where I can, and produce them later, not get excited or in a hurry and try to get involved too much too soon. And Russian to Win actually kind of generous at 890, wasn't he?
In the end, yeah, won impressively, overcoming that bad break. Here's the late Pick 5, how it played out. Biggest price winds up being $8.90 in the nightcap here in this Pick 5 on Russian to Win. Returns $238. And who's your favorite in the Pick 5?
Very, very, very havable as well, too. I mean, you really could have come up with that sequence. Like you said, that's when you're hitting repeat, right?
Yeah, if your opinion's right.
Fair enough.
Coming up on Saturday, Grade 1 Cigar Mile and a couple of 3-year-olds looking to stamp themselves for big campaigns going forward into 2023. As you take a look at the schedule coming up on Saturday, fillies in the Demoiselle, boys in the Remsen with Oaks and Derby points on the line. And our ABR race of the week, though, is that Cigar Mile Race 9 on the Saturday card. And it's going to be the final race of what has been a tremendous career for Mind Control, an 11-time winner who has been, he's been good. He's been incredibly lucky, too, at Parks.
Yeah, he's 4 for 5 at that mile distance. He's won around 2 turns going a mile. He's run around 1 turn going a mile.
Silver State a couple of years ago kind of just stopped late in the race. He wound up winning a Pennsylvania bred when they met back on September 24th, kind of continually getting out on him, gets DQ'd. So Mind Control put up for the win. This was the Salvatore Mile, and he outdueled a fighter here in Outrod Charlie.
So this was like Ernie Shavers and Ken Norton in the 70s, just going toe-to-toe, right? You got 2 horses that like a fight. Hot Rod Charlie pokes his head in front. Mind Control says, no, not yet. I got something left. Johnny Velasquez, Hall of Famer on the inside. Mike Smith, the Hall of Famer on the outside. These two put on quite a show in the Salvatore Mile. And Mind Control got the best of Hot Rod Charlie that day.
Saw him win a Grade 1 at Saratoga as a 2-year-old in the Hopeful. Came back Saratoga as a 3-year-old, won a Grade 1 again, and then a graded stakes winner at 4, at 5, and at 6. Pretty good career.
Yeah, pretty remarkable. 6 years old. To have that longevity, to show that soundness, that should be very attractive for people when he's going off to the breeding shed. And people like to breed to milers because they show speed, and people want speed.
And he'll probably be, especially from that outside post too, with options for Velasquez, maybe sitting just off your leaders in this race.
Yeah, but one thing about Johnny Velasquez, he never takes anything away that comes easy. He'll keep him forward and keep his forward progress, continually. Johnny's not a guy that stops and starts horses. One of the keys to his success over the years.
Zandon's going to be cutting back in distance, going the shortest distance since his debut when he actually won sprinting, going 6 furlongs. Horse who was 3rd in the Kentucky Derby looked like he was poised to roll right on by Epicenter, and then Rich Strike shocked everybody. This was his best moment in his Bluegrass win.
I just loved his Bluegrass, the way he knifed his way through the field. This is a tremendous ride by Flavien Prat, but you have to have a horse underneath you that can accelerate and hit those gaps as you need them, and he was all horse from there every step of the way, kept finding one gap after the other. I like the turn back to the mile for him. I think it's going to intensify his late turn of foot. He's only been 1 turn in his life. That was at Belmont as a 2-year-old on debut when he won. I think he's going to appreciate it. Joao Rosario sticks. I don't think he's going to be that far away. I think he'll be tactical enough.
Yeah, he was very far back, even for him, in that Pennsylvania Derby last start. But he had the inside post to deal with.
Yeah, and the pace was fairly sharp, going 2-turn, 1 1/8 at Parks, 47-1, and White Barrio was setting that pace.
Now, Zandon, he's been in a lot of the big dances this year. He's come close. Obviously has that Grade 1 win in the Bluegrass. Can he collect a Grade 1 against older company? 2nd Pennsylvania Derby to Taiba. 3rd in the Travers to Epicenter. He doesn't have to deal with Epicenter anymore. He got him in the Jim Dandy and behind him in the Derby as well. Risen Star with that compromised beginning where he was probably best in that race.
Yeah, I agree. But don't you think that, he's run really good 2nds and 3rds. That maybe potentially he's just doing that because he's talented and maybe doesn't want to go quite that far, and maybe the mile's going to help see it through.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll find out. It's big, and I guess going not just a big race for him too, but a big race to see what kind of races he's going to be pointed to next year.
Yeah, and listen, not to say that a race like as a 4-year-old, the Whitney going 1 1/8 and other races, but right now as this 3-year-old, I just like to see him get back in the winner's circle, get some confidence, end his campaign on a high note, and I think going the mile, it certainly could help him with that.
Yeah. Interesting 3-year-old. So is White Barrio right next door to him as well, who, early on in his career, he did very little wrong. You can forgive a horse Kentucky Derby not going the way things were meant to go, and that's what happened with him. Haskell, though, was a problematic race. Pennsylvania Derby got back on track, actually, a little bit. Speed, going longer, now cutting back. What do you think of his chances?
Well, he's going to be forward. There's not a tremendous amount of speed in here. Maybe Outlier, potentially could have speed. At times he does. Get her number coming out of sprints, potentially, but he looks more like a closing sprinter to me. My problem with White Barrio, and I'm a fan, this horse is closing in on $1 million in earnings. He's got 4 wins, and they all came at Gulfstream.
This horse was a shocker. I think he'd be a shocker again in the Cigar Mile. He's just not fast enough against this group.
That's the way it feels. He beat Baby Yoda. Baby Yoda didn't run. It spiked the temperature earlier it didn't enter. Spiked the temperature early in the week. He did win the final prep, the main prep for the Cigar Mile in the Kelso. Feels like he'd have to take a big step forward to handle some of these in here.
Yeah, I agree with you. Norm Cash, Norm Cash has done a great job recently bringing horses here to New York. They've been firing.
Yeah, won a race earlier in today's card with a horse closing, Money Mike. So, again, though, Double Crown, maybe the Kelso was his day.
Yeah.
Things fell right. This waters get quite a bit deeper here.
Yeah, got a West Coast shipper, too. Get her number, Peter Miller, coming in. He's got to prove himself at a mile, but an interesting horse, adding a little more intrigue to this group.
Still feel like he's better closing sprinter.
That is coming up on Saturday. We're back tomorrow, though. 12 Eastern start time on our FS2 coverage. We hope to see you then. It was Carrigate in race 7, rolling on by. Sweet Mystery, Mitchell Friedman, Javier Castellano, and then Tap the Faith. Brilliant ride, as pointed out by Meg, by Joel Rosario for the Christophe Clement 3-year-old filly by Tappet. Mind Control, Swan Song coming up at the Cigar Mile on Saturday. We will see you tomorrow, noon Eastern start time.